I got a cheat ability in a different world, and become extraordinary even in the real world. Volume 9. Prologue. Please save us. Please save our planet. Thanks to Uma-san's help, Master Usagi, Iris-san and the others arrived, and we managed to defeat the Dragonia's army. Merle-san, who witnessed the abilities of Master Usagi and the others here, called out to them. However, "Hey, Yuuya. What is that woman there saying?" Eh? When I looked closely, not only Master Usagi but also Iris-san and the others were staring at Merle-san with puzzled expressions. Come to think of it, Merle-san's words weren't understood by Yuti either, so the only people who could understand Merle-san's words here were just Uma-san and me. So, for now, I'm just going to tell Master Usagi and the others exactly what Merle-san said. At the same time, I also explained to them about this matter from the beginning. After listening to the shortened, but complete series of events, Master Usagi and the others had indescribable expressions on their faces. I thought they were a bunch of incomprehensible people, but I didn't expect them to be inhabitants of outer space. I thought their equipment looked unfamiliar. The other world alone is an extraordinary situation for me, but now we have aliens. Who are you really? Kagurazuka-san gave me a stare, but I'm not particularly eager to get into all kinds of trouble too, you know. Oh well. For the time being, I understand the contents of the conversation. So what are you going to do about it? Of course I'll help her. You idiot. Think about it a little. In all likelihood, we won't have enough strength on our own. That's not the only opponent, is it? When I conveyed Master Usagi's question directly to Merle-san, she nodded with a nervous expression. If that's the case, we are still lacking in strength. We need at least one person who is as strong as Iris and me. If you say it's someone equal to Master Usagi and Iris-san, it would be another holy, right? But will they cooperate with us? In fact, the Fist Saint and Spear Saint had fallen to the evil as fallen saints. In addition, it seemed that the Fist Saint had been going around beating the other holy. But I don't know if I should say we're lucky, but I have a guess. Right. As Yuuya said, the numbers of the holy itself have indeed been drastically reduced, but it's also true that there are still some holy left. Usagi and I were just on our way to meet him. Ah, really? Yeah. It's not just that guy, I also had to tell the other holy that the evil has been defeated. Master Usagi mentioned that after Knight and the others defeated Avis, he had to go and report this to the other holy. Who is this holy that you mentioned? The Magic Saint. When Yuuya and the others had defeated the Dragonia aliens on Earth, there was a new movement in the other world. The time of resurrection is near, at the far end of the world, where people don't live, and monsters don't exist, there is the world's disposal ground. In the past, this was the base of operations for the evil that Yuuya and the others defeated, and it was originally a place where people did not exist. But now, there were countless groups of people in the world's disposal ground, all of them wore black robes and hoods to hide their faces. Among them, one man in a particularly gorgeous robe spread his hands and spoke eloquently. Foolish mortals seem to think that our God is dead, but that is not true. Our God is now awakening with a new power. Right. Our God is immortal. The group of people who were fanatical to any extent radiated a negative emotion. An emotion that was close to evil. They were the very group that believed in evil as the only absolute God. As the words of the surrounding believers heated up, the group leader raised his hand, and the crowd instantly quieted down. I understand the anger of our people painfully. They thought they hurt and destroyed our God. But hear me. They would never expect this. They would never have crossed their minds that our God would be resurrected by the skill of a sage who had once destroyed our God as well. The man who shouted this held up a piece of paper in his hand. Swapping time magic, fufufu. I never thought this kind of magic existed. With this magic, we can resurrect our God from the past. Oh. Founder. Let's use that magic right now. One after another, the believers appealed for the use of this magic. But the man who was called the founder appeased them. Hold on. I'd certainly like to use this magic right now, but I'm afraid it comes at a price. A price? Whatever the price is, we will pay it. Yes. But don't be so hasty. This magic works by replacing a person from this period with a being from a past period. Then let's replace it with one of us. As the believers raise their hands in sacrifice for the resurrection of God, the founder laughs. There is no need to sacrifice my people, I have already selected the target. Who's that? What? It's simple. I will use the same being who destroyed our God. The believer's eyes widened at the founder's words. The magic that the abominable sage left behind is, as I said before, magic that replaces an existence of the past with an existence of the present. And this time, as well as in the past with the sage, our God has been defeated. Our God who has become the ultimate perfection should not have been defeated by the holy of this age. So, who the hell is responsible for our God's destruction? I'm not sure about the details, but our God was defeated on his way to the great devil's nest. At the same time, there was a rumor circulating in the Alsaria kingdom. A rumor that a person was living in the great devil's nest. Everyone present widened their eyes at the founder's words. That's how dangerous the great devil's nest was, and it's difficult to believe that there were people living there. I understand your surprise. I couldn't believe it either, but it seems that the person who lives in the great devil's nest is a close friend of the first princess of the Alsaria kingdom. It's been confirmed that the first princess often takes a small number of guards with her to the great devil's nest, and heads there. Maybe this is why. In that great devil's nest, if she goes this far, there's no doubt that someone lives there. Then you're saying that this person destroyed our God? It's a possibility. The believers were silent at the founder's words. Naturally, the believers did not doubt that evil was the most potent and most supreme existence, but they still perceived the great devil's nest as a dangerous place. There was no such thing as an ordinary being living there. But that's why I'm going to use that being. The believers opened their eyes to the founder who was smiling fearlessly. If that being has defeated our God, it could very well be an obstacle to our God after the resurrection. But what if we sacrifice that being to resurrect our God? Then there will be no more obstacles to our long-cherished desire. The believer's eyes lit up at the founder's words. That's right. But in order to do so, we must find out the identity of the person living in the great devil's nest. It will be a dangerous path, but will you lend me your strength? Yes. For the sake of our God. And so, in a place unknown to Yuuya and the others, a new agenda began to unfold. Meanwhile, in the regal kingdom, King August decided on a matter at an important meeting of his vassals. I'll open the King's Council. Your Majesty. The vassals were surprised by August's statement. The King's Council that August announced was literally a meeting where the kings of the world would gather. Since it was a conference of a very large scale, with the gathering of the kings of the world, it could not be held so easily. There were countries that have taken an aggressive stance against other countries, so if they tried to hold a meeting with inappropriate content, the position of the regal kingdom would be adversely affected, and in the worst-case scenario, the regal kingdom might come under concentrated fire from many countries. Even so, there was a reason why August wanted to hold the council. As you all know, the evil has attacked our country in its full form, and even the Iris Dono and the kicking Saint Usagi Dono were helpless against the perfect evil. This is a situation we can no longer handle alone. That's but that would mean that other countries would have to know about my Dono's existence. August, who did not know that the evil had already been destroyed by Yuuya and the others, heated up at the discussion. As one of the vassals said, the regal kingdom had summoned an existence called Mai from another world, using a skill left behind by the sage, a skill that was banned by the world. And, as August said, in order to gain the cooperation of other countries to fight against the evil, there was no way to avoid telling them about Mai. Even if it was unavoidable in order to fight against evil, it was obvious that it would be condemned. However, no matter how serious the discussion was, the evil did not exist anymore because it had already been defeated. The only things that exist now were the evil beast. Audysee, who didn't know this, nodded firmly with a grim expression on his face. I've been prepared for this from the beginning. I will accept the blame from other countries. It would be a small price to pay if the world could unite with only us being blamed. Your Majesty. It's inconvenient for everyone. I should be the only one to take all the blame. No, Your Majesty. We agree with the decision that you made. We feel bad for the person involved, but if we didn't do this, it would be the end of our country. No, humanity would end. As if sympathizing with the vassal who spoke up, the other vassals nodded with serious expressions. Everyone in the room clearly understood that the power of this world, the power of the holy, was not enough to handle the tremendous power of Avis, because they had seen it firsthand. The only thing was that Avis, the person they needed to defeat, no longer exists in this world. After looking over each of the vassals' faces, Audysee nodded firmly. Everyone. I appreciate your support. Then let's get to work. These days, the movement of the cult that worships the evil has become more and more active. It has been a disturbing presence for some time, but now finally. The cult that Audysee was talking about was a group that believed in evil. Although they have never been involved in any kind of terrorist activity before, they still needed to be more vigilant because you never know what they might plan to do now that Avis, the ultimate perfect form of evil, had been born. As mentioned many times already, Avis was already dead. In other words, they were now having a very serious discussion about someone who did not exist. As the vassals who received Audysee's instructions immediately began to move to deliver the letters to the various countries, Audysee sank deeper into his chair. There are many things that I have to inform them. About evil, about my Dono. It's not something that is easily believable, but if I can get Lexia Dono, who knows about the situation, to join me, things will be different. It's unusual to invite a princess to the king's council, but it can't be helped now. Audysee quickly put together a plan for the future in his mind and waited for Lexia's return. Your Majesty. Commander of the 3rd Division, Trade Summer, has returned. Let him through. The 3rd Division was defeated in the battle against Yuuya and has retreated. Although the unit commander, Trade, was receiving medical treatment aboard the ship during his return, his wounds were still not completely healed because his ship did not have the same advanced facilities as the mother ship. Still, in order to be the first to announce the existence of the threat of Yuuya, Trade immediately went before Draco 3, the king of the Dragonia aliens. After being escorted to Draco 3's room, he stepped forward and prostrated himself with tremendous vigor. Your Majesty. I shall be punished for this. Draco 3 gave him a cold stare and slowly opened his mouth. What happened? Ha! Upon Your Majesty's order, I immediately went to the remote planet where the Amelians were hiding out. We were supposed to battle the target Amelians, but we ended up fighting their collaborators. And we were defeated. Collaborators? Draco 3 raised his eyebrows slightly. Was there anyone else in this universe besides the planet Amel who would be foolish enough to stand up to us? Or were there others who had already shown their reverence and were hiding and secretly building up their forces? No, that's. We were defeated by the humans of the planet where the target, the Amelians, were hiding out. What did you say? Draco 3 couldn't believe his ears at Trade's report. He had thought that they controlled the entire universe except for the planet Amel, so he hadn't expected to find any threatening beings outside of Amel. Of course, when they found out that Merle was hiding on Earth, they also investigated the planet, and they knew that with the level of technology on Earth and the fighting power of the people living there was no way that the Dragonias could be defeated. That's why he couldn't believe that people from that planet had defeated Trade. It's hard to believe. Are you saying that Amel has succeeded in developing a new weapon? Draco 3 was more inclined to believe that the Amelians had created a new weapon that the Dragonias did not know about and that the Earthlings had used it to defeat Trade. Draco 3 was silent for a while, but then he turned his gaze to Trade again. Sensing the gaze on his skin, Trade shrunk even more and rubbed his forehead against the ground. Why, you can punish me any way you want. I don't care about your will. Normally, I'd ask you to disappear, but I can't afford to have my forces diminished here. You were the bravest of all our Dragonias. If you are defeated, it will affect the morale of our nation. But at the same time, we can't let those who are helping the Emelians go unchecked. Once you've healed your wounds, the 3rd Division should capture the Emelians and their collaborators as soon as possible. Thank you for your generous offer. Drade bowed once more and stared into the void as he exited the room. Just wait for me. And I will pay you back for this wound. Thus, various parties began to move. Chapter 1, Earth Tourism. Are you sure this is okay? Of course. After that, Master Usagi went back to the other world to recruit a person called the Magic Saint into our group. In the first place, Master Usagi was on his way to tell the other holy and their disciples that Knight and the others had defeated evil, and Iris-san was accompanying him. On the way, they happened to meet up with Lexia-san and the others, which was how they heard about me from Kagurazuka-san, so they came to the Sage-san's house in the other world to confirm the truth. Just as I was fighting the Dragonias on Earth, they decided to join me. So, now that the Dragonias had been defeated, he needed to return and explain the situation to the Holy, but Iris-san didn't go with him and stayed here. And so this is Yuuya-sama's house, It's very different from our world. Is this the way houses are generally built in this world? Well, yes. Although there are a few things missing. It's not just Iris-san, but Lexia-san and others had also remained here. It's not surprising that Kagurazuka-san, who was originally from Earth, was still here, but I wonder if it's okay for a princess like Lexia-san to be in a place like this? I thought about Owen-san, one of Lexia-san's guards, who was not here at the moment. Then, Iris-san said with a serious expression. In fact, Merle-san, was it, considering what Yuuya-kun told me about her, I'm worried that this place will be targeted again. But right now, Yuuya is still damaged from the previous battle, and if that happens, we're worried about your current strength. That's why we stayed behind. I see. That's right, so don't worry about it, Yuuya-sama. Well, I don't know what Lexia can do, but I'll help you in my own way. Hey, Luna. I'll do anything if I have to. Thank you very much, everyone. I bowed my head towards Lexia-san and the others who said they were worried about me and would help me. And then Merle-san, who was watching the situation, also bowed her head along with me. Me too. I'd like to thank you for your help as well. Hey, raise your head, we're only helping you because we want to help Yuuya-kun. Even so. It's strange to look at Merle-san's outfit again. In addition to all of the things in your world that we don't have, there are also different designs and different languages, so it's a little difficult to communicate with her. As Iris-san said this, I suddenly asked Merle-san. You know, Iris-san just said that it's hard for her to communicate with Merle-san because she doesn't understand your language. Isn't it possible to somehow communicate with her using Emelian's technology? I didn't pay attention to it until now because it was working for Yuuya-san. Indeed, it should be possible. Please wait a moment. As Merle-san said this, she operated the terminal attached to her left hand, and after a while, an electronic sound played. I have just sent the language information of my planet to everyone here. What do you think? Then, in response to Merle-san's words, not only Iris-san, Lexia-san and the others, but also Yuti, who had been with her until now, was surprised. Astonished. I can suddenly understand Merle's words now. It's not like magic, and I didn't feel any magic at all. Lexia-san and Luna seemed to be surprised, but the most surprised one was Kagurazuka-san. No way, you can understand the language just by operating the terminal earlier? Isn't that insanely convenient? With that, I won't ever get a red mark on my English test again. It's nothing. Forget what you just heard. Why, yes. All I could do was nod to Kagurazuka-san, whose face had turned bright red as she told me that. While we were having this conversation, Lexia-san, who had been looking around the inside of the house with great interest, raised her voice. Hey, Yuuya-sama. I'd really like to see the world where you live. Ara, I'm curious about that, too. That's. Hey, Lexia. Don't bother Yuuya too much. Well, I'd be lying if I said it didn't interest me, though. Luna too. But, as Lexia-san said, I can understand why they are concerned about this world. That's what happened with Yuti and Uma-san, too. Then Iris-san continued with a slightly serious expression. Of course, it's partly out of curiosity, but it's also to get an idea of the surroundings in case those people come back to attack you. Well, it seems that we were isolated in a strange space at that time, but it can't be like that every time, can it? I see. If she said that, I would think so, but I didn't know the details either. I'm not a professional fighter myself, even if I got involved in various things lately and had to fight. I understand. I don't have a problem showing you around the Earth, but what's wrong? When I hesitated, Iris-san and the others tilted their heads. But Kagurazuka-san, who understood what I was trying to say, spoke for me. The problem is the way Lexia and the others are dressed, isn't it? Our clothes? Yes. No one on Earth dresses like a princess, it's just as Kagurazuka-san said. Although Lexia-san was wearing an outfit that was a bit more comfortable to move around in, it still looked like a princess dress, and Luna's outfit was not as flashy as a dress, but it looked like it could be considered cosplay. And Iris-san, too, not only had on her the same kind of cosplay as Luna, but she also had a magnificent sword hanging from her waist. Besides, Lexia-san and the others may be able to change their outfits, but Iris-san's sword is definitely no good. What do you mean by no sword? What are you going to do if you get attacked in that condition? Our world isn't as dangerous as yours, so there's no need to carry weapons around. It's not a completely safe place, of course, but still, compared to other worlds, Japan's security was much better. It's not like there are monsters out there that would kill you for no reason. When Iris-san and the others heard what Kagurazuka-san and I had said, they looked incredulous and surprised. No way. I can't believe we're in a world where we don't need to carry any weapons. That's a little hard to believe. But now that you mention it, I understand a little more. When I first came to this world and investigated the surroundings a little, I thought that no one gave off as strong a presence as you did, but it's not that you were special, it's just that this world itself is peaceful, so there was no strong presence. Wait. Then we cannot look around your world? To be honest, I don't know what will happen to Lexia and the others since you'll probably stand out, but as long as you change your clothes, it'll be a little better, right? Kagurazuka-san said with an indescribable expression on her face. It is true that Lexia-san and the others would stand out. Lexia-san had the elegance of a princess, and Luna and Iris-san each had a different aura. If that's the case, then can you prepare the clothes of this world for us? If we do that, then we can take a look around Yuuya-sama's world, right? So, please. Kagurazuka-san was confused when she was asked to do so, but overpowered by Lexia-san's pleading gaze and Iris-san and Luna's expectant gaze, she nodded. I understand. But I don't know anything about fashion, so don't complain about what I bought you. Thank you, Of course. Lexia-san was overjoyed and hugged Kagurazuka-san. Good grief. Then I need to find out your clothing size. Wait, you, get out of this room. Why yes. I nodded to Kagurazuka-san's words and hurriedly left the room. How did this happen? Well then, Yuuya-kun. You're still recovering, so take it easy and get some rest. Yuuya-sama. Please wait for my homemade cooking. Yuuya, don't worry. It's not just me this time, but Iris-sama will also be present. The two of us will be able to control Lexia. Sorry, that might be impossible. Don't just give up like that. Currently, the situation was that Kagurazuka-san, who measured each size, had just left to go shopping to prepare clothes for Lexia-san and the others to tour the Earth together. If I were to buy clothes for the three of them suddenly, I would have to spend a fair amount of money, but since I could use the features of the door to the other world to exchange items I had acquired in the other world for cash, I managed to prepare the money. So, when Kagurazuka-san went out to buy clothes for the three of them, to my surprise, Iris-san offered to do the housework for me. Yuuya-kun, it's my role as a master to take care of my apprentice. You should get some rest and let this Oni-san take care of you for now. It was true that I was still exhausted from the battle with Drade, the commander of the Dragonia aliens, so I was grateful for the offer. But as expected, I felt bad and tried to refuse. But then Lexia-san raised her voice. Iris-sama, please wait. In that case, I'll take care of Yuuya-sama. Yes, first of all, let's have a home-cooked meal. Ara, that's exactly what I'll do. I've had Yuuya-kun eat my cooking before, and of course, he said it was delicious. What did you say? I've never cooked for Yuuya-sama before. Let me cook for him this time. Inspired by Iris-san's words and seeing Lexia-san's motivation, Luna also raised her voice in panic. Wait. If Lexia is going to do it, then I'm going to do it too. I don't know what will happen if you leave it to this girl alone. Well, I want to take care of Yuuya, too. When I was really grateful that all of them wanting to do something for me, I suddenly heard a lovely sound. When I looked towards the sound, I saw that Yuti was looking at us with a straight face. Hungry. I want a good meal. Right. I'm hungry too. Uma-san, who had been sleeping disinterestedly until now, sighed and said so, and the three of them began to cook in earnest. I led them to the kitchen of my house, and everything there was strange to them. This is. You can start a fire just by turning the knob, and you can also adjust the heat. This one produces water just by twisting it. And it even has hot water. What is this box? It's cold inside. But I don't feel any magic in any of them. Could it be that they're working without magic? The three of them were amazed by the stove, water supply, and refrigerator, respectively. For me, it's all very common, but from the point of view of people from the other world, I guess it's all fresh and strange. I was also surprised when I saw magic for the first time. After all, Merle-san, who was standing next to me watching the three of them amazed by the things in the house, muttered to herself. Interesting. To be surprised by this level of science and technology when they have so much power, I think it's because the type of technology is different from that of the other world. Of course, Merle-san and the others' technology was out of the norm in comparison. As I was thinking about this, Iris-san, who seemed to have some idea of what was going on in the kitchen and was wearing an apron from the house, started to cook. There are plenty of spices, I can make anything with this. Well then, Iris-sama, Lexia-san and Luna were surprised to see Iris-san generously using her skill as a sword saint in cooking. But without paying attention to these two, she continued to use her skills one after another to prepare the food. Really, how can she use that much swordsmanship in her cooking, Merle-san? I don't understand that either. Lexia-san was impressed with the way Iris-san handled the ingredients with her amazing sword skills as always, but she quickly came to her senses. I can't stay like this. I have to get started too. The moment Lexia-san swung the knife and brought it down with great force, the knife passed right between Merle-san and me in a flash. We both turned around fearfully to see the knife sticking out of the wall. Ara? Where did the knife go? I asked fearfully, overhearing the innocent voice of Lexia-san. Lexia-san? Since then, have you learned how to cook? Of course, I learned how to cook. But there's something strange. I don't know why the chefs at the castle don't want me to cook for them. Well, I guess they're afraid of me because I'm so good. Sorry, Yuuya. I can't stop it. Hey, Luna. If you give up right there, I'm in big trouble. If Luna can't do it, then I will. I tried to help her, but Lexia-san was stubborn and would not let me help her. Yuuya-sama, I have to do this myself. Besides, you didn't let me cook last time either. This is where I have to show you my skills. Ara, so you cook too, Lexia-chan? All right, Let's see which one of us can win Yuuya-kun's stomach. Iris-san? If you say such an incendiary thing, Yuuya-sama's stomach. Yes, I'm in for that match. I'm not going to lose to Iris-sama. I'm not going to go easy on you just because you're a princess, you know. As you wish. Sure enough, Lexia-san, inspired by Iris-san's words, started cooking with even more enthusiasm. Luna, I want you to stop those two. When I looked at Lexia-san and the others, I turned my gaze to the last resort, Luna, who also had a motivating look on her face. Foo-fa-foo. Well, if that's the case, I won't hold back either. Luna? Yuuya. I'll be cooking for you too, so you can look forward to it. Luna, who I thought was going to be helping with stopping Lexia-san, had now declared that she will cook too. Moreover, just like Iris-san, she throws the ingredients into the air and cuts them up with her favorite weapon, the thread. Unparalleled dance. Ha! The ingredients danced around them, and sometimes the utensils flew through the air as the three of them cooked. Merle-san and I quietly left the kitchen. Sensing danger, I left the kitchen and played with Knight and the others to relieve my fatigue. Then, for some reason, Lexia-san, who had black scorch marks all over her body, came to me with a smile. Yuuya-sama, it's ready. Are those scorch marks? Oh, this. Don't worry, it was just a little mistake. A little? I was too afraid to ask what happened next, but I didn't hear any explosions, so I guess it wasn't too disastrous. Behind Lexia-san, Luna turns white as if she has run out of steam, but she must be okay. Let's just hope so. I have prepared for Knight and the others as well, so don't worry about it. Woof. Fugo. Hi, Knight looked somewhat bewildered, as did Akatsuki seemed to have realized something from Lexia-san's appearance and now wore a peaceful expression like a bodhisattva. Seal is twisting his head curiously as if he still doesn't understand. Well, I guess it's okay, Fu are. It's finally done, huh? Good grief, to make me wait so long. Limit. My stomach won't stop rumbling. Uma-san and Yuti seem to be unconcerned about Lexia-san's condition from the start. It's amazing. Merle-san and I looked at each other, made up our minds, and moved to the dining table. Then, Iris-san had prepared all the dishes and was waiting for us. Originally, my grandfather and grandmother lived in this house together, but since my grandmother passed away, my grandfather had been living alone. I used to come and visit them often, and my grandpa had bought this big table for me to have dinner with him. At the time, I thought the table was too big for the two of us, but my grandpa had taken the trouble to prepare it for me in case my friends came to stay some time. Thanks to this, we were able to have a large group of people around the table, me and Yuti, plus Iris-san, Lexia-san, Luna, and Merle-san. Incidentally, Uma-san and Knight and the others have their own plates and luncheon mats, which they always use to eat their meals. Oh, you've come, I'm sorry you had to go through all this. No problem. I already told you, right? It's the master's role to take care of the apprentices. But Lexia-chan's cooking was so creative that it made things difficult. Iris-san told me with a distant look in her eyes, perhaps remembering the time of cooking. What kind of cooking did you do to make that sword saint say that much, Lexia-san? Well, Iris-san's cooking method is also quite unique. As I took my seat, Iris-san and Lexia-san's eyes lit up brightly. Yuuya-kun, can I sit next to you, Yuuya-sama? Excuse me for sitting next to you. I was surprised by the words that were said at the same time, but Lexia-san and Iris-san faced each other with smiles on their faces. But even though they should be smiling at each other, their appearance was somehow frightening. Lexia-chan. I think you should give up your seat here to me, Yuuya-kun's master. No, Iris-sama. I'm very close to Yuuya-sama and even asked him to marry me. I'll sit next to him here. No, wait a minute. If Lexia and Iris-sama can't decide, I'll be the one to take. No, I won't even give it to Luna. Wait a moment. Didi, did you just say marriage? Yuuya-kun. What the heck does that mean? The situation was so chaotic that I was taken aback because I didn't expect it to come crashing down on me. It's true that when I first met Lexia-san, she asked me to marry her out of the blue, but I guess that was like a suspension bridge effect, and now we're friends. Or it should be. In the first place, there was no way that an ordinary person like me could be matched with a princess like Lexia-san. No way. But, when I look at the way Yuuya-kun is acting, I think your proposal ended in failure, don't you think so? Fufu, it seems I got it right, doesn't it? By the way, I've seen Yuuya-kun naked before. Iris-san. The way you said it, that's going to cause a huge misunderstanding. After being trained by Iris-san herself gave me a massage, and I'm pretty sure I was only naked on the top half of my body at that time. But it was really just my upper body. And it's not like I'm the one who offered it. Lexia-san and Luna shouted in astonishment at Iris-san's tone-deaf remark, and Merle-san also widened her eyes. When I hurriedly tried to clear up the misunderstanding, Lexia-san looked at me with tears in her eyes. Fair? That's not fair. I want to see Yuuya-sama naked too, Lexia-san? That's a horrible thing to say. When I was no longer in the mood to eat, Yuti sat down next to me with an unconcerned look on her face. Pointless. Hurry up and eat. I don't want to be bothered by your petty squabbles. How long do you intend to leave us here? Overwhelmed by the presence of not only Yuti but also a slightly irritated Uma-san, Iris-san, Lexia-san, and Luna sat down on the empty seat quietly. Seeing this, Merle-san also sat down at the last available seat, and we finally began to eat. Here, Yuuya-kun? Iris-san? For some reason, Iris-san offered me a spoon with an amazing smile. The spoon was topped with a dish that Iris-san had made this time. I can eat it myself. No. You have not yet recovered your strength, right? So, be quiet and let me take care of you. It's not that serious. I'm not so tired that I can't eat by myself, regardless of how exhausted I am. But Iris-san ignored my words and offered me a spoonful. Don't worry about that, just eat. What do you mean? Yuuya-sama, you have to eat the food I made too. This time, Lexia-san also offered me a spoon, but what was on it was a mysterious purple object that I couldn't figure out how it was cooked. Moreover, the food on the spoon looked like magma, with bubbles bursting out of it, even though the spoon that was held close to me was filled with cold air. What kind of cooking did you really do? As I was puzzled in a different way from Iris-san's offer, a third spoon was offered to me from another direction. Eat up. I've made it for you. Luna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she held out the spoon. As the 3 spoons approached me, I was confused as to what to do, and Merle-san, who was watching the scene, muttered, "This planet? No, is it the culture of the world beyond that door? It's very interesting that you would offer a piece of your food to another person. Delicious. It's delicious." Looking at Yuti and Merle-san, who were going at their own pace, I felt a lot of envy, but I kept thinking desperately about how I could get out of this situation. What the heck happened while I went shopping? There were various things. Kagurazuka-san looked at me with a puzzled expression as I finished eating Iris-san's homemade meal, and instead of resting my body, I was mentally exhausted. This may be the first time I've ever had a meal that exhausted me to this extent. By the way, Kagurazuka-san's meal was also prepared for her while she was out shopping, and when she finished eating it, we finally got to see the clothes she had bought. I think I've bought clothes that will suit everyone, so check them out for yourself. So these are clothes from the other world. This is amazing. It feels different from linen and silk. The design of the clothes is also very different from our world. Yes. What can I say? It doesn't look very comfortable to move around in, though. Lexia-san and the others held the clothes that Kagurazuka-san had bought in their hands and observed them with great interest. Speaking of which, There are no clothes made of chemical fiber in the other world, and in this world, you don't have to worry about being attacked by monsters, so most of the clothes are made with the priority of design rather than ease of movement. But even so, some Earth clothes are easier to move in than they look, and there are also clothes like jerseys and gym uniforms that are designed for movement, so I guess it's hard to say. Well, the purpose of this trip was to allow Lexia-san and the others to go sightseeing normally, so I asked Kagurazuka-san to prepare some fashionable clothes that were common on Earth. I'll try it on right away. Eh? When Lexia-san said that, she suddenly started to take off her clothes. Wait, Lexia. Don't change your clothes while he is still here. Eh? Why not? For some reason, when Kagurazuka-san desperately tried to stop her, Lexia-san had a strange expression on her face. Luna pressed her forehead in response to Lexia-san's actions. This fool. Forgive her. Lexia is royalty, you know. She doesn't have much of a sense of shame about it, probably because she's used to having people take her clothes off for her. Ah. Well, even nobles have similar customs, but not all of them, you know. I don't know if Lexia-chan is special or if it's her father's education policy, but I think she hasn't learned these things properly yet. Kagurazuka-san's eyes widened at Luna and Iris-san's explanation. Considering how her father, Arnold Summer, doted on Lexia-san, I think Iris-san's words were not a lie. The other world, or rather the royal family, is amazing. But that's not the point. Because bad things are still bad things. You too, don't just sit there and do nothing, get out of here right now. Why yes. With Kagurazuka-san's words, I left the room as if I had been shot. After spending some time interacting with Knight and the others, Kagurazuka-san gave me permission to come back. Then. What do you think, Yuuya-sama? I don't know what to say. I feel strange because I'm not used to wearing normal clothes, but it's surprisingly easy to move around. Yes. It's easier to move than I thought. I think I can handle an enemy attack in this. In contrast to her usual gorgeous dress, Lexia-san has the air of a secluded young lady, and Luna is wearing a skirt instead of her usual pants, and Iris-san wore a shirt with a large opening at the chest, giving her the air of a mature woman. All of them were wearing Earth clothes in a very fashionable way. It's amazing. I know I picked it out myself, but doesn't it look too good on everyone? It's on a level that most celebrities can't compete with. As Kagurazuka-san said, each of them had their own unique atmosphere and an overwhelming aura comparable to that of the top model Miyu-san. As I was being pressured by the three of them, Lexia-san came close to me. So, what do you think? Why yes. I think it looks great on everyone. I thought so from the bottom of my heart, but I was too embarrassed to praise them face to face, so I managed to squeeze it out, and Lexia-san gave me a slightly dissatisfied look. I would like to hear some more from you, but... oh well. More importantly, let's go see the world where Yuuya-sama lives as soon as possible. Hey. It's not fair, Lexia-chan. Yuuya-kun belongs to me, his master. No. He belongs to me. I don't belong to anyone, geez. I wonder if this is going to be okay. While Luna sighed behind my back, Lexia-san and Iris-san took my arm, and we went out of the Earth's house. Amazing. There really is no magic at all. No one even carries a weapon. As soon as they left the house, Lexia-san and the others were stunned as they looked at the people and the streets on the way. For your information, Knight and Merle-san did not come with us on this sightseeing trip. I thought that Uma-san would come along with us, but he seemed to be staying at home because it was too noisy with Lexia-san and the others around. Yuti was also staying at home to do some training, probably because she received a request from Merle-san, and Merle-san will accompany her in her training. I wanted to train too, but Iris-san had stopped me from doing so. To be honest, the fight with Drade was so close that I was impatient to restart my training right away, but the fatigue from the battle hadn't worn off yet, and I was told that pushing too hard now would have the opposite effect. If that's the case, I think it would be better for me to stay home and relax. but the momentum of Lexia-san and Iris-san pushed me over the edge, and I decided to go with them. Fortunately, Kagurazuka-san is also coming along, so even if something happens, it will be possible to deal with it to some extent. However, hey. Whoa. What the heck is that group? Are they celebrities? But I've never seen such a beautiful group of people. Lexia-san and the others were very conspicuous. When people on the street saw Lexia-san and the others, they would stare at them with wide eyes. Some of them were so fascinated with us that they turned around and almost bumped into other people, making us feel on edge. Then Lexia-san tilted her head in response to the stares. Isn't that strange? Thanks to we should feel comfortable with our appearance, so why are people looking at us like this? Surely the people of this world wouldn't know that Lexia is a princess. It's not like they know I'm a sword saint either. So I'm not sure. You really don't get it, do you? Oh, ha ha ha, I could only smile bitterly in response to Kagurazuka-san's tired tone. The people in the surroundings were in a buzz because of the appearance of the three of them, who were not surprised to be called celebrities. But it was because Lexia-san and the others, who did not know the concept of celebrities, did not understand. There may be stage actors and the like in the other world, but since there is no TV or movies like on Earth, there must be a big difference like that. As I continued sightseeing while thinking about this, we were suddenly approached by a voice. May I have a moment of your time? When we turned toward the voice, there was a woman there. The woman seemed to be looking at Lexia-san and the others, and although Luna and Iris-san looked slightly alarmed at the contact from an unknown person, the woman did not notice. And Lexia-san, who was approached, lightly restrained Luna and spoke to her with a smile. No problem. What can I do for you? The woman admired the elegant smile on Lexia-san's face. As I looked around and wondered who the woman was, I suddenly realized something. Do Lexia-san and the others understand Japanese? Thinking about it, I usually casually talk with Lexia-san and the others, but without the language comprehension skill, I would not be able to understand them. However, when I think back on it now, Yuti, Kaori, and even Kagurazuka-san were having very normal conversations with their counterparts in the other world. What's really going on here? It's possible that when Kagurazuka-san was summoned, something that allowed her to learn languages was incorporated into her magic. However, Kaori and Yuti could carry out conversations themselves even in a situation where they didn't have any special skills. I wonder if the language learning function was attached to the basic feature of the door to another world? If so, it's so strange that they couldn't understand Mul-san's words. Or is it because the worlds that are connected are the other world and the Earth, and it is set to learn only the language of those two? I didn't realize this until recently. It might be a good idea to look into the door to another world more. Rather, it was wrong that I didn't look into it properly until now. The woman who was admiring Lexia-san's smile quickly came to her senses as I was thinking about the door again and took out something from her bag. I'm from Star Production. Production? The woman who approached us was a scout for an entertainment agency. The buzz around us grew louder at the sight of us. Hey, Star Productions is. It's an agency that has very famous celebrities, right? Yes. The model Miyu is very popular these days, isn't she? It's not real, is it? Scouting on the street nowadays is suspicious, isn't it? Real or fake, if they look like that, it's no wonder they were scouted. It seemed that the agency of the woman who approached us was from the same agency that Miyu-san belonged to. Then I noticed that Kagurazuka-san was stunned. Kagurazuka-san? Are you okay? I'm not okay. It's that Star Production, you know. I heard it's some kind of amazing place. Why are you so calm? Star Production is one of the most popular entertainment agencies in Japan, and all the actresses and actors belonging to them are top class, you know. I didn't know that Miyu-san belonged to such a great agency. I'm not familiar with the entertainment industry, so I can't say for sure, but from the looks of Kagurazuka-san, there are probably actors and actresses I know who are from there. As Kagurazuka-san's momentum was getting the better of her, The scout lady didn't try to solicit her enthusiastically on the spot, but instead handed over her business card and simply told Lexia-san to contact her if she was interested, and then left. Then, Lexia-san looked at the business card in her hand, and her eyes widened. Lexia-san, what happened? This card. The material it's made of and the printing. It's made with incredible technology, right? Is that where you're surprised? If it's a business card from a famous agency, it's likely to be made from high-quality paper. Phew, I'm really tired. After that, Lexia-san and the others went for a very long walk in the streets near my house. From my point of view and Kagurazuka-san's point of view, it was refreshing to see how surprised they were by the cars and traffic lights, which were not particularly unusual. We decided to take a short break, so we stopped at a nearby park. Children were playing in the park, and there was a little food stall nearby, which smelled good. It smells so good just now. What is that smell? That's a sweet food called crepes. Sweet. It looks like there's a lot more to it than that. At a quick glance, I saw that there were more varieties of tapioca and kebabs than I expected. I wonder if there are always this many stalls here. I finished my explanation, but Lexia-san and the others were all staring at the crepe stall. Would you like to try some? I want it. Amazing. I thought we just had lunch a while ago. I guess they have a different appetite for sweets. When all three of them said that at the same time, we headed to the crepe stall. There are so many kinds of crepes. But we can't read the words here. You're right. We do seem to understand the language, but why? As expected, Lexia-san and the others cannot read the menu of the crepe stall, and they are confused. I think it's fair to say that it's the doorway to another world that allows conversations to work. As for reading and writing, language skills are essential. I explained the menu to the three of them as an interpreter, and they each decided on their own. Lexia-san ordered a strawberry crepe, Luna ordered a chocolate banana crepe, Iris-san ordered a caramel crepe, and Kagurazuka-san ordered a berry crepe, right? I'll bring them to you, and you can all sit on an empty bench somewhere and wait. I said this to Lexia-san and the others and waited alone for the crepes to be prepared. 5 minutes later, I dexterously took the finished crepe and looked for Lexia-san and the others. Then I was able to find them without any trouble, but I noticed that there was an unfamiliar group of men there. I wonder what it is. I have a bad feeling about this. As I approached them with this in mind, sure enough, Lexia-san and the others were getting tangled up with the men. Hey, come on. Just play with us a little. Yeah. It's definitely more fun to play with us than with that guy. If he sees us, he'll back off gracefully. It seems that they are being seduced, and they all have troublesome expressions on their faces. As I hurried to join them, one of the men in the group tried to grab Lexia-san's hand, perhaps having lost his nerve. Don't be like that. Hey, let's go together. Lexia-san. The moment I tried to intervene between the men and Lexia-san, the men stopped moving as if they were tied to the spot. What the hell is this? I can't move. It hurts. When I looked closely, I could see strings wrapped around the men's bodies before long. Is this Luna's work? I had said that it was not allowed to carry weapons when touring the Earth, but if it were Luna's weapon, it certainly wouldn't normally be seen, and more importantly, since she was Lexia-san's escort, she couldn't really be without a weapon. Then Luna stood in between Lexia-san and the men and let out a sigh. Sigh. How dare you interfere with the fun we were having here? What is this? Is this your doing? They were desperately trying to escape from Luna's thread, but the more they moved, the more the thread dug into their bodies. It hurts. Why is it digging into me? I couldn't just sit here and watch, so I quickly joined them. Excuse me. Are you okay? Oh, Yuuya-sama. Of course, we're fine. Sure, you're fine, but Luna, she was hiding it, after all. Kagurazuka-san let out a sigh of disbelief. If possible, the two of us would have preferred it to end without any trouble, but it's hard to do that when so many outstanding people are together. Damn it. Let me go right now. I had a lot on my mind, but as I'm thinking about what to do about this situation, Luna, who had heard the men's words, told them with a look of disgust. You think I'm going to let you go quietly after you say that? You're going to stay like that for a while. Luna-san, you should let them go. What, Iris-sama? Luna looked surprised at Iris-san's words. Sure, we can just leave them here and go, but we don't want them messing with the other girls again, do we? That's why I think we should make sure they understand what's going on here. Iris-san? As Luna-san's cheeks twitched, it seemed as if she understood what Iris-san meant, and she released the men from their restraints. Ha! I can move. TCH. If you think you can get away with this, don't joke with me. Iris-san. It's okay. The men who were able to move suddenly attacked Iris-san, and I tried to move to deal with them immediately, but Iris-san stopped me. And then, Fu. Ga? When Iris-san unleashed a brilliant spinning kick at the nearest man, the other men were caught up in it and were blown away. The impact was so great that the men seemed to have been knocked unconscious by a single kick from Iris-san. They're so sloppy, aren't they? I wonder if we can just go about normally without any danger? While Kagurazuka-san and I were appalled by Iris-san's actions, Lexia-san and Luna nodded to Iris-san's words. I think so. I've seen a lot of things over the day, and I've learned a lot about the world that Yuuya lives in. And it really doesn't seem to be dangerous. Well, that's why we can go sightseeing with peace of mind, right? More importantly, let's eat the crepes that Yuuya-sama bought for us. With Lexia-san's words, each of them started to eat their crepes. Then, all three of them widened their eyes at the same time. This is. It's ridiculously delicious. I've never tasted anything so delicious before. Even Lexia, a member of the royal family, said that. It must be a very expensive food. And there is no way that such delicious food can be easily obtained. Iris-san and Lexia-san were enjoying themselves without hesitation, but Luna seemed to have misunderstood something. Well, it's not something I eat that often, but crepes aren't particularly rare, you know? Yeah. It's not like these crepes are particularly expensive either. As Kagurazuka-san and I explained, Lexia-san stared at the crepe in her hand in astonishment. I never thought such delicious food could be so common. I've decided. I will live in this world. Lexia-san. Hey, Lexia. You're the princess of the Alceria kingdom. I can't resist it. I mean, I can get all these amazing things, and there are all sorts of other delicious things too. How can you not want to live in such a fascinating world? That's true, but... Well, I'm afraid you can't, Lexia-chan, because you're royalty. Since I'm not royalty, maybe I'll live in this world? Of course, in Yuuya-kun's house. Hey, Iris-sama. I can't let you do that. Right, Yuuya-sama? Even if you were to refuse me right there. As the three of them continued to talk at their own pace, Kagurazuka-san and I could only pray that nothing more would happen, while Yuuya and the others were sightseeing on Earth. In the other world, Usagi was on his way to the place where the magic saint lived in order to help Merle. Previously, Usagi and Iris had been traveling to the magic saint's place, but they ended up seeing Yuuya, so they postponed it. As a result, he was once again pushing forward through the mountains against the powerful monsters of Sky Mountain, Fu. Gugya. However, even the powerful monsters were powerless in front of Usagi, and each of them was brought down with a single kick. Good grief. To live in such a troublesome place. I wish you would consider the people who are going to visit your home. Usagi went on, complaining about the magic saint who was not present. However, after a certain amount of progress, he suddenly stopped. Well, this is where it starts. Unlike before, Usagi braced himself and took a step forward. At that moment, a magic circle appears above Usagi's head, and a huge water spear emerges from it and tries to pierce through Usagi relentlessly. He jumped to avoid it, but as if his movements had been predicted, several magic circles appeared in other places, from which water spears were released one after another. The number of these traps is why I hate this. Usagi nimbly dodged the magic while making a disgusted expression from the bottom of his heart facing the magic that came towards him. Then, using a tree as a foothold, he gathered all his strength at once and gazed toward the mountain summit. It's too much trouble, I'm going to go through with this. When he released all of his accumulated power at once, the trees and ground that Usagi had used as footholds flew apart from the impact. The speed was incredible, and Usagi flew towards the top of the mountain like a single bullet. More and more magic circles were added in an attempt to shoot down Usagi as he ran across the mountain, but they were unable to catch him. In the end, the magic didn't hit Usagi until the end, and he reached the top of the mountain. I have arrived, huh? In front of Usagi's eyes, there stood a wooden house that gave off an atmosphere similar to that of Yuuya's house in the Great Devil's Nest, and it was surrounded by a fence. As Usagi approached the house without any particular hesitation, a figure appeared from the inside of the fence. Huh? Is someone here? Huh? It looks like someone's here. Do you know Master? You must know Master. Then there were two girls looking around. Moreover, the girls had identical faces and were definitely twins. Usagi was also faintly surprised, as she hadn't expected to find another human in the place where the magic saint lived, but was quickly convinced. Did he take a disciple too? Even though he was originally a misanthrope. I guess it's not completely impossible, huh? The twins' eyes widened when they finally saw Usagi as he headed towards the entrance while muttering this. Wow. Is that a rabbit? Wow. It's a rabbit. The twins had not expected the visitor to be a rabbit. They ran back toward the house, their eyes shining with excitement. Master! A rabbit is coming! Master! A rabbit is coming! What's all the noise? Then another figure appeared from inside the house. The person had slightly different features from a normal human. He had long blonde hair, green eyes, and long pointed ears. His eyebrows were wrinkled, and he wore glasses, which suggested that he had a somewhat serious personality. The guy who had just appeared seemed to be bothered by the twins but suddenly seemed to notice a presence at the entrance. You look no different, Odysee. The man Usagi addressed as Odysee widened his eyes slightly, but his expression quickly changed to one of annoyance. So, Usagi, huh? As you can see, I'm busy. Go back now. You don't look so busy, though. Odysee let out a big sigh at Usagi, who didn't seem to be leaving. Sigh, it's okay. So, what are you doing here? Did you encounter any evil guy? You really don't know anything, do you? The fact that Odysee, who was the magic saint, was unaware of the fact that evil had appeared in the first place made Usagi want to hold his head. Evil had appeared. It's also the ultimate perfection. What? What does that mean? I don't know anything about that. That's because you're a shut-in. Usagi's head hurted more and more as Odysee showed no signs of being offended. Then the twins, who were watching the exchange between the two, looked at each other. Is Master a shut-in? Master is a shut-in. Shut up, you two. Usagi also looked at the twins again and asked Odysee. Are those humans your disciples? Yes, that's because they have something special for a human. It's unusual, isn't it? I thought that if you were to take an apprentice, it would be an elf as well. It would be nothing more than a hassle to take on such a haughty bunch as my disciples. Those words come straight back at you. Usagi let out a sigh of exasperation. It's not about that. I don't think we have time to talk here. The evil has appeared, hasn't it? If that's the case, let the other holy. Didn't you hear? I told you they had appeared. What? What do you mean? This is where Odysee finally understood what Usagi was talking about, and he gave him a dubious look. Then what is it? That evil has already been defeated. Yes. With the fact that it was so quickly admitted, Odysee fell silent. Then Usagi gave Odysee some additional information. As I mentioned earlier, evil has become the ultimate perfection, that's it. I was curious. What is it? What is that ultimate perfection? It's just that. It means that it has taken in the other evil and appeared as the one and only evil that is complete. Can such an existence really be defeated, or is it possible that evil was even weaker than we imagined? No. It's more like the opposite. There's no way I could have defeated it, and neither could Iris. It was because Odysee was well aware of Usagi's and Iris's skills as a kicking saint and a sword saint that he was taken aback by Usagi's words. After hearing everything that was said up to this point, Odysee realized that there were more things happening in the world outside of his house than he thought. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to you in detail. That's one of the reasons I came to see you, you know. All right. Go inside. You two, prepare the tea. Yes, when Odysee invited him into the house, Usagi explained everything that had happened to him. The fact that Usagi made Yuuya his disciple, and then Iris also became his master. And the fact that Yuuya's family defeated the evil instead. He told him everything. After listening to the story, Odysee held his head, which was a complete change from the beginning. I've been studying magic for a while now. Well, it's not something you'd believe, is it? Of course, the evil story is one thing, but as for me, I'm also surprised that Usagi and Iris took on an apprentice. Well, if he's not the kind of person who can inherit your skills, he won't be able to compete with the evil. After convincing himself of this, Odysee looked at Usagi again. So, you're here only to report that the evil has been defeated? You're surprisingly calm. I thought you would be angrier, but don't make fun of me. I didn't even know that the outside world was in such a state. I had no right to be angry, although I'm not sure how your apprentice beat it. Humph. Well, at least we won't be fighting evil in our generation ever again. More importantly, while it is true that reporting is one of the reasons why I came to see you, the original purpose is another. Usagi then explained in detail again about his apprentice Yuuya being from another world and about the alien invaders from outer space, the Dragonias, and Merle, another alien who had begged for help from their invasion. Then, what the hell is that situation? Odysee held his head. It's not just that it's a different world, but that it's in space. How much more confusing can it get? The twin disciples, who had never seen the magic saint distraught before, were wide-eyed at their master's appearance. Wow. Master is confused, isn't he? Yes. Master is confused. Well, I can't understand what is going on either. But it's also true that I actually saw them and fought them. For a while, Usagi ignored Odysee, who could not seem to recover from his confusion, and turned his gaze to the twins. So, what about you two? We haven't introduced ourselves yet? We didn't introduce ourselves. I'm Ruri. I'm Ril. It's nice to meet you. Ruri and Ril bowed together. Both of them have green hair in side tails, each tied on the opposite side, although there are some differences other than their appearance, such as how Ruri often speaks in the question form. It would be hard to tell them apart if you are not used to it. While listening to the names of these two, Usagi was assessing their abilities. Few knew. Rather than saying that each person is complete, would it be correct to say that the two of them are one person? Oh, you understand perfectly, don't you? We're only half a person when we're alone, but our master says that when we're together, we're one person. Well, I'd like to be called full-fledged when I'm alone. Even with two, you're still only half as good, you idiot. After recovering from his confusion, Odysee said to them and faced Usagi again. I understand the situation for the moment. So what do you want from me? It's not that difficult. I just need you to lend us a hand. As I said before, the alien is asking for our help. My apprentice is going to take care of it, and Iris and I will lend a hand with it. Thanks to my apprentice, we were able to defeat the evil. We can say that we will repay that debt. However, as we found out after fighting the aliens, we are not strong enough to fight them alone. That's why I've come to ask for your help as well. Cooperation, huh? From what I've heard, that world and universe seem to be an environment where the power of science, not magic, has a strong influence. I'd be interested to see if there's any new magic technology out there that I haven't seen before. When Odysee said that, Usagi suddenly remembered Yuuya's house. By the way, the house where my apprentice lives uses barrier magic that I've never seen before. What? I've seen many of the magic you use, but it's even more powerful than that. It's a barrier that allows him to live safely in the Great Devil's Nest, after all. Barrier? Yeah, it's a ridiculous barrier that prevents any physical or magical attack. In fact, even the attacks of the Ultimate Perfection's evil had no effect at all. What? That would be impossible without the magic of the legendary sage. Hearing Usagi's words, Odysee was once again stunned. This is because the place where Odysee and the others live is also a dangerous place, and the house where they live now has a magic barrier around it, just like Yuuya's house. However, the barrier was not perfect, and sometimes monsters entered beyond the barrier. Despite this, Odysee could not imagine that Yuuya's house was completely protected from the threat of monsters by the barrier alone, even though it was located in the more dangerous area called the Great Devil's Nest, and then, just as the barrier magic on the house, of course, the magic controlled by my apprentice who lives there is also non-standard and powerful. This is a great chance to meet such a man. Are you interested? Odysee looked thoughtful for a while, but then he let out a sigh. If you say so, I'll have to check. When he said that, Odysee straightened his posture. All right. I'll help you fight this alien thing. Is that so? And, is it okay to bring the twins? Master? That's fine, but... Are you sure? The destination is an unknown universe, and it's also quite dangerous, you know. The twins, as well as Usagi, were surprised by Odyssee's words, and he nodded. I'm aware of that. But you want a fighting force, don't you? Then you can use my apprentice. 1, or even 2, would be of help. Master, that means that the 2 of us can be a full-fledged. Don't get carried away, fool. Although Odysee had said so, Usagi had intuitively sensed that the 2 of them would actually be able to help. Usagi nodded while laughing at Odyssee's untruthful attitude. I understand, then we'll head to my apprentice as soon as possible. Is that okay? Yeah. Yes. In this way, the Magic Saint and his disciple joined the group. Chapter 2, Magic Saint. I'm back. Ah, welcome back. After we finished the sightseeing tour on Earth, we were relaxing at my house when Master Usagi returned. He went out of his way to ask for help from the Magic Saint in order to help Merle-san's request as we were sightseeing on Earth. Before Master Usagi said anything, Merle-san first operated the terminal so that Master Usagi could also understand the language of planet Amel. Yes. I think you can understand my language now. It's true. Master Usagi was surprised that he could now understand Merle-san's words. Then Iris-san called out to Master Usagi. So, how did it go? Is he going to help us? Yeah. And his disciple too. His disciple? He has a disciple? Yeah, and it's a human twin. No way. Seeing Iris-san in a daze, Lexia-san and the others tilted our heads. I wonder if it is that strange for the Magic Saint to take a disciple? Could it be that he's a difficult person? Well, that's fine. So, where is the Magic Saint? Oh. He's outside the Otherworld's house. Let's meet him first. All right. And since he will be helping me this time, Merle-san nodded to Master Usagi's words, and we all headed for the garden of Sage-san's house. Then. What is this place? Amazing, isn't it, Ril? Yes, it is, Ruri. There was a man who was looking around Sage-san's house in somewhat of a daze and 2 girls whose faces looked exactly alike. The girls seemed to be human, but the surprised man had long ears and looked like an elf from a fairy tale. Kagurazuka-san seemed to think the same as I did, and her eyes widened. Oh. He's not a human, is he? Probably. Well, I've met a lot of non-human beings. The evil isn't human. Master Usagi is a rabbit, and Merle-san is an alien, but I'm still surprised every time I see a race different from humans. The man who was looking around seemed to have noticed something and opened his eyes even wider. Wait. This magic. Could it possibly belong to the sage? Odysee. I know you're interested, but why don't you introduce yourself first? You still look like an idiot researcher, huh? Master Usagi and Iris-san said to the surprised man. Perhaps he is the magic saint. As if their words had reached his ears, the man looked a little uncomfortable and came over with the girls. I'm sorry. I had heard about it from Usagi, but when I saw it myself, I just couldn't resist. That's Master's bad habit, isn't it? Yes, Master's bad habits. Shut up, you two. The man was tediously dealing with the girls' words. Maybe those girls were his disciples. The man then came out into the garden and looked over at us. So, who's the owner of this house? Oh, that's me. My name is Yuuya. You're Usagi and Iris. Rather than that, what kind of magic is this? The man stared at my body and then opened his eyes. You have very sophisticated magic power constantly flowing through your magic power circuit, which is nothing short of perfect, and you have a huge amount of magic power, and yet you are a disciple of the Kicking Saint and the Sword Saint? That's nonsense. Well, everyone feels that way at first, right? Humph. He has to be that good to be my disciple. What nonsense. No, it's going to take a long time if we argue here. I'm Odysee, the magic saint. And these two are my unworthy disciples. I'm Ruri. I'm Ril. Nice to meet you. That's how the magic saints Odysee-san and the others introduced themselves. As it were, everyone introduced themselves, and then Odysee-san turned his gaze to Merle-san. And so, you are the one. Yes. My name is Merle. Thank you so much for lending me your help. Merle-san looked over at us again and bowed her head. By the way, Merle-san has already operated the terminal so that Odysee-san and his two disciples can understand her language. Odysee-san looked at us again and nodded. I see, so these are the people who are going into space this time. As expected, we can't take Lexia-san with us, but, Yuuya-sama. I'm coming with you too. No, Lexia-san. I can't take a princess with me. Luna is also holding her head at Lexia-san's words. Hey, Lexia. What can you do if you follow them? I can cook. Yuuya. I'll do whatever I can to stop her. It would help if you did. I'm glad Lexia-san said that, but her cooking is very unique, and I don't think I have enough energy to fight while protecting Lexia-san and the others. When I thought about it, I realized that I hadn't introduced Uma-san, who was the only one sleeping in the house. Oh, he hasn't shown up here, but there's a dragon in my house named Uma-san. Usagi had told me about him. I believe he is the Genesis dragon. Yes. He usually sleeps all the time, but he's very reliable, you know. If there's the Genesis dragon, we should be safe unless something goes wrong. Uma-san is capricious, so I'm not sure if he would cooperate. I can hear you. Then Uma-san spoke directly into my head from inside the house. The Genesis dragon alone is a surprise, but the wolf, pig, and the bird are no ordinary magical beasts either. Who are you, really? Even if you say so. Woof. Fugo. P? They're so cute. When I was at a loss as to what to say in response to Odysee-san's words, Ruri and Ril raised their voices when they saw the reaction of Knight and the others. Knight and the others are cute, indeed. Then Luna, who had been watching our exchange, opened her mouth in exasperation. But then again, Yuuya has surprised me since the first time I met him. I never thought I'd get to know the holy like this. This is because it's Yuuya-sama. It's only natural. I don't know why you're being so pompous, but maybe you're right. I don't think it's because of me, but as Luna said, you wouldn't normally expect to be acquainted with people with titles like the Holy. When I was feeling this way about Luna's words, Odysee-san approached me with a slightly excited look. By the way, Yuuya Dono. Why yes. I've been thinking about this house for a while now. Are you the one who activated the barrier that surrounds this house? At Odysee-san's question, Master Usagi, Iris-san, and also Luna were all looking at me as if they were curious. Speaking of which, I explained that the barrier would prevent monsters from coming in, but I don't think I told them that this house was actually Sage-san's house. There's actually something I haven't told you guys. Something you haven't told us? Yes. Actually, this place was originally Sage-san's house. Sage? Not only the house but also my magic circuit and the weapon I use were all inherited from Sage-san. Inherited? Hearing my explanation, not only Odysee-san, but also Iris-san and others widened their eyes. Even the usually calm Master Usagi froze at my words. What's wrong? Wait, Yuuya-kun. What's wrong, you say? No. Is this really the house of the sage? That's right. Yuuya, you don't seem to understand how amazing it is. No, Luna-san. I've already gotten accustomed to the fact that it's so natural for Sage-san to be amazing. Feeling uncomfortable, Odysee-san continued in an increasingly excited manner. Listen, Yuuya Dono. The sage is a legendary existence that everyone who lives in this world has heard of. He is a miraculous person who is said to have died as a human being while holding the power of a god in his possession. Every country is searching for the research materials and magic left behind by such a sage and is desperately studying them. But, to inherit the legacy of the sage in such a simple way. And even though you are from another world, how can anyone not be surprised by that, as expected of Sage-san? It's really amazing that even after death, he can still have such an impact on future generations. Then Odysee-san shouted as if he noticed something. You said that you inherited. But are you sure that the sage hasn't died yet? No. Sage-san is already dead. I didn't even know that I had inherited it until I read the letter that was left in the house. Why, you mean he foresaw that someone would come to this place sooner or later? I should say that he was indeed a sage, but as legend has it, he is no longer with us. Yes. It seems that he died quietly in a cave in the depths of this great devil's nest. A cave? Yes. That's where I found Sage-san's body. What? Is that true? Why, yes. Odysee-san came up to me while breathing hard. Where is it? Does it still exist? Of course, I remember the place where I found Sage-san's body. However, the area was recently wiped out by Avis, so I did not know what happened to it. I remember the location, but the battle with Avis the other day wiped out most of the Great Devil's Nest. I'm not sure if it's still safe or not. It's hard to believe that most of the Great Devil's Nest were wiped out, but that's how strong the ultimate perfection's evil was. But even if they are not safe, as a magician, I still want to take a look at the place where the sage lies. Please, take me there. Odysee-san lowered his head as he said that. I don't mind that, but Mul-san is also in a difficult situation, so I looked at her, and she nodded. It's fine with me. The place where this sage lies isn't far away, is it? Yes, you're right. If that's the case, let's head there once and then depart again. Since you're helping me, I have no problem with that. As we were preparing to leave immediately, Uma-san, who had been sleeping at home, came over. What's wrong, Uma-san? You are going to the place where the sage is lying, aren't you? If so, I'm coming with you. By the way, I never properly explained to Uma-san where Sage-san was lying. As I was regretting that I should have told him earlier, I saw Lexia-san and Luna. I'm so excited to be going to the place where that sage is lying. No, we'd better get back, eh? Wait, Luna. It seems that Luna has decided to leave at this time. Just like Lexia-san, Kagurazuka-san was surprised by the suddenness of the event, but she also understood and nodded in agreement. We went out to register Mai in the Adventurers Guild to give her some combat experience. So we happened to head to Yuuya's house. As expected, we can't just follow him. We're not going to hold them back any longer. No way. What about Mai? Do you want to leave Yuuya's house and go back to your world? Yes. But the evil beasts are still in this world, aren't they? If that's the case, I'll stay here for a little while longer. I see. That makes sense. Lexia, the three of us are going back to the regal kingdom, no. Lexia-san, who was acting like a spoiled child, was not very princess-like. However, Iris-san and the others agreed with Luna's idea, so in the end, she agreed. Once the preparations were complete, we took Lexia-san and the others to the Great Devil's Nest entrance and parted ways with the three of them once again. See you then. I think it's safe to say that you'll be fine with such a strong lineup, but be careful. Yes, thank you. When I nodded at Luna's words, Lexia-san looked at me with tears in her eyes. Yuuya-sama, well. I didn't know what to say to her in this situation, and I could only be confused. Kagurazuka-san, if you want to come back to Earth, you can always go back from my house, so don't worry. As expected, it's dangerous to go through the Great Devil's Nest alone, so you'll probably have to go back with Iris-san or me, but at least you can go home by yourself. Yes, I understand. I will continue to work in the Regal Kingdom for a while, so please come and get me if anything happens. Yes. After exchanging a few words with each of the three, they left. All right, then. Let's head to the cave. I once again head to the place where Sage-san lies. It's amazing. It looks as though it's almost back to normal already. As we all walked through the Great Devil's Nest, on our way to the place where Sage-san lies, I couldn't help but look around at my surroundings and say that the depths of the Great Devil's Nest, which had been obliterated by Avis's attack and reduced to nothing but a desolate wasteland, were already covered with plants that were close to the original Great Devil's Nest. Crazy. The growth rate of the organisms here is strange. I guess the environment of this forest is special after all. Yuti and Merle-san could not help but be astonished at the scene before their eyes. However, as expected, the monsters had yet to completely return, and there was no sign of them attacking at all. So this is the vegetation of the Great Devil's Nest, huh? Then Odysee-san observed the surrounding vegetation with interest and collected some of them. Are you going to use those plants for something? No, this is just my research. As you can see, I'm an elf. And I'm studying plants all over the world to see if there's anything that can help me develop my magic. So the plants that grow here are not normal? Yes. First of all, I'm surprised that the black hardwood tree can grow here in such a normal way. There are also many other plants that I've never seen before. I really wish I could have explored this place earlier. But it's just too dangerous here. I don't think I'd want to come to a place like this on my own if I didn't have Usagi, Iris, or even Yuuya Dono to help me. But Iris-san and Master Usagi come to my house rather normally, you know? Yes, I often hear about the dangers of the Great Devil's Nest from the people around me, but for all that, the two of them came to my house without hesitation. But Odysee-san shook his head at my words. Don't lump me in with those two. They are out of the ordinary among the holy, you know. Besides, I'm not that good at fighting. Hey, you can't talk about me like I'm a monster. That's right. And it's no different from the fact that this place is dangerous for us as well. It's just that the area around Yuuya's house is still manageable. As expected, I can't even think about living there. As I always thought, Sage-san, who would build a house in such a place, was a crazy person. With a wry smile on my face, I called out to one of the twins. Ruri-san, who was looking at the surrounding plants in the same way as Odysee-san. Ruri-san, you're looking at the plants so intently, are you interested in them too? Unlike Master, it's just a hobby, but Rul isn't interested, is she? Yeah, I'm not interested. I see. Even though they are twins, they have different hobbies and interests. When I was thinking about this, Ruri-san's eyes lit up, and she looked at me. More importantly, you are amazing, aren't you? We've only known each other a short while, and you can already tell us apart? Well, yeah, I guess so. By the way, how do you tell us apart? Is it from our hair? No, it's your atmosphere. Atmosphere? Not only were they surprised by my answer, but also Odysee-san. That's amazing. Even I made a mistake sometimes. How can that be for the master? Well, they indeed look exactly alike, and it's no wonder that people mistake them, isn't it? Brother Yuuya is amazing, isn't he? You're the first person who said you could tell by our atmosphere. Is that so? I mean, Brother Yuuya? When I asked them back about the unfamiliar words, they smiled and nodded. Yeah. You seem to be older than us, so it's Brother Yuuya, right? Yes, that's why you don't have to use honorifics either. I see. I was overwhelmed by the two energetic people, so I nodded obediently. I was embarrassed by the way they referred to me, as I had never been referred to as a brother before, even by my actual brother and sister, Sora and Yuta. As we continued on our way, deepening our friendship, we finally reached our destination. This is the place where Sage-san lies. Oh. In front of us, there was a single cave that had not collapsed in any particular way. This area also received Avis's attack, and I thought that it had been blown up, but it seemed to be undamaged. Could it be that Sage-san's power also protected this cave? Then Uma-san, who was the only one who knew about Sage-san, narrowed his eyes nostalgically. This presence is, without a doubt, it's his. So, you've been sleeping in a place like this, huh? And yet you're still as eccentric as ever. His voice sounded both appalled and saddened. Everyone could hear Uma-san's voice, and they kept silent. Humph. I showed you something out of place. Let's get going. Wait. After saying that, Uma-san quickly went into the cave, and we hurriedly followed him. As we entered the cave, I thought back to that time. If Night hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have known about Sage-san's existence. Thanks for your help once again, Night. Woof. Night barked happily at my words. There was nothing special about the cave, but a path was cut straight into it, and we all went straight to the depths of the cave and finally found Sage-san's remains. I didn't think too much about it at the time, but the fact that the bones were still so clean might be because Sage-san had performed some kind of magic on himself. This is the legendary Sage. When Odysee-san approached Sage-san's bones in front of him fearfully, he knelt down and began to shed tears. Oh, Odysee-san? I'm sorry. For those of us who master magic, the Sage is just like a god. I didn't expect that weirdo Odysee to be so thrilled. Well, I don't know, even I get nervous when I think about being in the presence of the Sage. As Master Usagi said, this cave was really just a cave with no special ornamentation, but it was filled with a strange atmosphere that made you feel very relaxed. Then, unexpectedly, Yuti tugged on my clothes. Question. Why are the Sage's bones still there? Burial. If it's a grave, it should be buried or something. As Yuti said, when a person dies, they are usually cremated, buried in the ground, or buried in water, or memorialized in some other way. However, what can I say? I was hesitant to touch the bones, or rather, I was unable to touch them. As if to represent my feelings, Uma-san, who had been quietly staring at Sage-san's bones until now, opened his mouth. It's fine for him to stay like this. It's not like he wants to be buried by someone else. Affirmative. I see. But he's strange. You're right. After a while, Uma-san, who was once again silently looking at Sage-san's bones, turned to me. Now, Yuuya. You don't seem to realize it, but it looks like there are still some things left behind by the Sage in this place. What? When Uma-san said that, not only me but also Odysee-san's eyes widened. It was here that I inherited the magic circuit and magic knowledge from Sage-san, but was there still something left behind? I was led to a place where Uma-san said he could feel the presence of Sage-san, but what was there was just a rock wall. Here. It just looks like a dead end to me. Odysee-san also put his hand on the wall and seemed to be examining things carefully but eventually nodded. Yeah. From what I can see, it's just a wall. There's no way he's going to build a mechanism that you can see through, is there? It's okay. Anyway, Yuuya. You're the key. Me? Yes. It appears that you have inherited something from Shisage in this place, but that was not everything. As a result, you are now qualified to inherit everything that the sage left behind. No way. I was astonished by Uma-san's words. It's true that the house, the garden, the weapons, the magic circuit, and many other things were given to me by Sage-san. They were all coincidental, and even though they were called qualifications, I didn't really feel anything. However, as if reading my thoughts, Uma-san continued. You seem to think that everything is a coincidence, but that's not true. What he left behind is not something that can be inherited so easily. Think about it. If his legacy were to fall into the hands of the evil. Honestly, I don't want to think about it. Rather, at that moment, our defeat will be decided. Uma-san nodded at Iris-san and Master Usagi's words. That's why. Even if it seems like a coincidence, that's why his legacy has been made in such a way that it cannot be passed on without qualifications. If so, why was Yuuya able to inherit it? It's mainly because he judged that you are qualified for it. But I've never met Sage-san like you know, and I don't know much about him either. Grandpa seems to have met him. So maybe it was Grandpa who should have inherited the legacy, not me? I don't know about that. But that's the thing about him. Even if he were acquainted with Yuuya's grandfather, he would not hand over his inheritance just because of that blood connection. As I have said many times, only you are qualified to inherit his legacy. I was so shocked that I could not say anything. If what Uma-san said was true, then it was inevitable that I would inherit the house, the weapons, and everything else. But if that's the case, I had no idea why a person he'd never met before, had this qualification. Could it be that Grandpa asked Sage-san to do it? That might be the most realistic. But it's really just a feeling, but it doesn't seem right. I've been thinking about it for a while, but in the end, I don't know the answer. Well, I'm curious as to why, but that's not important right now. The only person who is qualified to inherit the sage's legacy is you. And that's all that matters. If you understand that, then go ahead and touch that wall. Why, yeah. I touched the wall as Uma-san told me to, and as if in response to that, a complex magic circle suddenly appeared on the plain rock wall. This is ridiculous. I've never seen magic this complicated before. Judging from the reaction of Odysee-san, the magic saint, who was the most knowledgeable about magic in this group, this magic circle must be out of the ordinary. Then, Merle-san also opened her eyes to the magic circle in front of her. I know about magic as part of our knowledge, and I've seen a few planets that have actually developed magical civilizations. But I've never seen magic in this form before. Sage-san's magic was described to be out of the ordinary even when considered on a universe-wide scale. As everyone was immensely shocked by the fact, the magic circle eventually transformed, and letters appeared on the surface. This is. Question. What does it say? A. I looked at Yuti, who seemed to be unable to read the letters that had appeared, and tilted her head. I didn't think it was possible, so I looked around at the others, but they all had the same strange expression on their faces. It looks like some kind of text, but I wonder what it says? I've never seen it before. I don't know any of these letters either. It's kind of cool, right? It's kind of awesome. No way. Even my language converter can't translate it. Amazingly, no one could read the letters that appeared on the rock wall. I tried to look at Uma-san, who was closest to Sage-san, but Xenovis. Do you really want to hide it like that? He must have constructed his magic in such a way that only Yuuya can read it. What does it say, Yuuya? Woof. Fugo. Pi. Aside from the knight and the others, even Uma-san didn't seem to be able to read it as well. But, it described the location where Sage-san's legacy is kept. When I read the words and told them so, they all looked at me at once. Yes. For some reason, I can read the words that appear on the rock wall. I wondered if it was the effect of being qualified to carry on Sage-san's legacy, as Uma-san had said. Everyone was appalled by my words, but Oda-san, who has quickly recovered, asked excitedly. Tenjou Yuuya. So, where in the world is the sage's legacy hidden? I'm not sure about the details, but it seems to be sealed in a certain planet in space. Space? How did it get there? Unlike Mulsan's planet Amel, there is no way to cross over into space, so how did he seal his legacy on a distant planet? While Master Usagi and the others were surprised at the location of Sage San's absurd legacy, Mulsan was both surprised and calm. A planet? Do you know the exact location? That's the thing. Sage San, although he sealed the legacy on a certain planet, he didn't know what that planet was called or how to tell where it was, so he couldn't write about its location. Indeed, I've been exposed to the civilization of Yuuya's world and this world, but I haven't seen technology advanced enough to sail through space. If this is the case, as the sage wrote, it will be difficult to tell where it is. I hope it exists at least in close proximity to this planet. As Mulsan said, it would take a ridiculous amount of time if we try to find the legacy that Sage San sealed on a certain planet in the universe if we searched normally. But, I don't know the logic behind it, but it seems to me that as long as you get close enough to the planet, you'll inevitably be able to find out where the legacy is. Such an ambiguous thing would normally have been dismissed, but considering the particulars of the magic that was just shown and the fact that the user of that magic is the former owner of the weapon that Yuuya-san is using, it's no wonder that such a thing is possible. To be honest, I'm wondering what Sage-san has sealed on a certain planet in the universe, but it seems that we can't find out here. Then Odysee-san, who had originally said he wanted to come to this place, nodded in satisfaction. Now, I have accomplished my purpose here. But there is still the legacy of the sage sleeping in the universe, isn't there? Then let's get moving. Oh, Odysee-san? That is, of course, but you should make some preparations or... I just need this feeling. Just a feeling. Do you really not need any weapons or items? I wonder if it is because he is the magic saint, and magic is his main focus? In any case, I realized that Odysee-san really worshipped Sage-san. I laughed at Odysee-san's reaction and called out to everyone, well, it seems that Odysee-san doesn't need any particular preparation, but what about the rest of you? I'm ready whenever needed. Me too. Master Usagi and the others don't seem to need to make any special preparations either, so I turned to Mulsan again. Then, it's time to leave for space. It seems that everyone is prepared, but is there anything I can do to help you personally? No. It's quite a distance to my home planet, but thanks to the energy I've acquired here, I'll be able to use the warp function, and more importantly, I've got plenty of food on board. So we can board the ship and leave at any time. Then we'd better hurry. The other day's attack ended up with them just retreating, so if we hurry, we can cut down on the time they have to prepare. We all nodded at Iris-san's words, and we finally set off into space. Chapter 3, Sage's Legacy. Wow. So this is the spaceship. After the trip into the forest, we went back to my house on Earth and finished all the preparations. The spaceship was still floating above my house, waiting for us, but Mulsan had operated the terminal on her left arm so that others would not be able to recognize it. Now then, let's get on board. When Mulsan operated the terminal on her left arm again, a circle of light, different from a magic circle, appeared at our feet, and before we knew it, we had all been transferred to the inside of the spaceship. Since it was originally designed for a small number of people, it could barely fit this number of people aboard, but I'm glad everyone managed to get on. As Mulsan said, there were 12 of us, including me, so it felt quite cramped. However, it was fortunate that Knight and the others were small and did not take up that much space. Inside the spaceship, there were a lot of holographic touch panels and machines that I didn't know how to operate, just like the spaceships in famous science fiction movies. I wanted to look around, but I didn't want to push any buttons and get into trouble, so I didn't dare touch anything. Rill. It's amazing, isn't it? Ruri. It's amazing. Hey, don't touch anything inappropriate. Yes, the twins seemed to be even more curious than I was and were unafraid to try and touch the machines around them, but Oda-san got angry at them. Uma-san, please don't touch anything either, okay? What do you think I am? When I told Uma-san that because I was anxious, he shouted in annoyance. However, Knight and the others have an indescribable expression on their faces. Woof. Fugo. Pi. What do you want to say? Woof. Knight shook his head tiredly at Uma-san's reaction. I can't speak for others much, but Uma-san had a record back in the storage room. As a result of that, Merle-san came to us and gave us a chance to learn more about Sage-san. Energy replenishment has been completed. Everyone, please take your seats. While we were exchanging various information, Merle-san, who was nonchalantly going about the preparations, told us to sit down in an empty seat. The seat was pure white and futuristic in design, but the moment we sat down, something that looked like jelly enveloped us. What in the world is this? We were completely enveloped by the jelly-like stuff, including our heads. We were panicked by the situation, but we didn't feel like we couldn't breathe, and it actually gave us a very comfortable feeling. Then Merle-san, also wrapped in jelly-like stuff, explained the situation. We will now travel into outer space, and there will be a strong shock. However, by being wrapped in this protective gel, the shock will be completely mitigated, and at the same time, your body will absorb this gel so that you can function in space without any problems. To put it simply, it will modify your body to be able to move outside the spaceship without any special equipment. In space? Does that mean I don't need a spacesuit as we know it on Earth? Yes, that's right. I understand that, unlike me, you may have aversions and fears about your body suddenly being transformed, but I can assure you that you will be absolutely safe. Everyone looked a little uneasy, just like me, but Merle-san said it with a serious expression on her face, so we finally decided to believe her. And then. Departure. Merle-san's spaceship floated up into the sky without us receiving any shock and then launched itself into space at an astonishing speed. There was a window in the spaceship near where I was sitting, so I looked out and saw that it was climbing higher and higher into the sky, leaving the city and even the clouds behind as it finally entered space. Amazing. So this is what space looks like. It's hard to believe that we can really come to space. Iris-san and the others, who came from a world where they didn't know much about the existence of space itself, were impressed by the scenery of space. Even though I live on Earth and have some knowledge of it, it is still an unknown world, so I understood how they felt. As I continued to watch the situation outside for a while, Merle-san nodded to me. It looks like we've successfully left the Earth. We will now begin preparations for warp. If we use the warp function, we'll be able to spend some time without sitting in a chair, so please wait a little longer. What do you mean by warp? Let's see. There is a very large distance between where we are now and the planet Amel. So if we were to travel normally by this ship, it would probably take us several hundred years to get there. Several hundred years? When we were all stunned by the outrageous number of years, Merle-san hurriedly continued. In order to prevent that from happening, there is a warp function. The principle is that by developing a subspace that is outside of normal space-time and moving through that space, we can easily traverse great distances. So, I would like to begin using that function now. When we were all relieved by her words, Merle-san operated the touch panel that was provided on the chair. Then, there was a sudden change outside the window. To my surprise, something like a line of light gradually clung around the spaceship we were currently on. Then, warp, activate. As soon as Merle-san said that, the scene outside the window suddenly changed, and a strange space with a strange color scheme spread out, just like when my house on Earth was isolated in subspace during the previous attack by the Dragonias. Transfer to warp space, successful. When Merle-san, who was operating the terminal, said that while exhaling a breath, the jelly-like stuff that was enveloping us was smoothly sucked into the chair. There is no problem for you to spend time freely for a while. Just don't touch the machines in the surroundings. Merle-san took the initiative to stand up from her chair, and we began to move with trepidation. Whoa! That made me strangely nervous. Agreed. It was a strange experience. Question: since we were covered in that squishy stuff earlier, you said we could act outside the spaceship. Can we do that now? Not while we're in warp space at this very moment, but when we're in normal space, you should have no problem venturing outside the ship. That would be very helpful. When the enemy attacks, we can use interception magic from inside this ship, but it will still be difficult to target them without going outside. For those of us who fight in close quarters combat, being able to move around in a new environment without any problems is great. When Master Usagi said that, Merle-san added a little apologetically as if she remembered. I'm sorry. It's true that activities in space are no problem, but that only means that the body adapts to weightlessness and vacuum space, and moving through space requires footholds and other propulsion. I can take care of that on my own. In other words, to move freely in space, you need something like a ground or another power like jet propulsion. Well, I guess I can do something with wind magic or something. As each of us was relaxing on the ship, I asked Merle-san about something that had been on my mind. By the way, I hadn't heard any details about your hometown, but what kind of place is it? Yeah. As I told you the other day, we Amelians are adversaries to the Dragonias. The Dragonias are one of the most powerful species in the entire universe, but we also pride ourselves for being the best in the universe in terms of scientific power. The best in the universe. All the technology Merle-san had shown me so far were indeed so amazing that I could honestly agree with her when she said that. In addition to being able to easily erase a person's memories and information, according to our talk, they never die of disease and have a ridiculously long lifespan. When I was thinking about Merle-san's past, Merle-san's expression became a little cloudy. Therefore, the Dragonias have been trying to force us into servitude or to rob us of our technology since long ago to gain access to our scientific power. Our ancestors created an anti-celestial annihilation weapon to counter them, but as a result, it only intensified the attacks by the Dragonias. That's what I think. Why is that? Because we have created a weapon that can easily destroy a planet, and the Dragonias feel threatened by it, so they attack us even more. Of course, if it weren't for the anti-celestial annihilation weapons and other weapons packed with ML technology, the Dragonias would have already invaded and taken everything from us. I guess they didn't expect the weapons they created to repel the Dragonias would end up intensifying the battle. Anyway, with the blueprints of the anti-celestial annihilation weapon that I have obtained, and with your help, I hope to end all battles. So please, lend me your strength. Merle-san bowed to us once again, and everyone nodded vigorously, including me. She smiled at us and turned her attention to the terminal. Thank you for your help. I think it's time to release the warp. There's a possibility of another impact, so please take a seat in your chairs. Are we arriving at ML yet? No matter how long a distance we can travel instantly through the warp, we can't travel a distance that would normally take hundreds of years in a single pass. Warp requires an enormous amount of energy, and more importantly, the ship won't last. I wonder if it's like the phenomenon of a computer getting hot when it's on for a long time? When I think of it that way, it becomes all the more ordinary. With Amel's technologies, there must be some sort of cooling function, but it might not be that simple when it came to warp, which was an unimaginably advanced function. I followed Merle-san's instructions and took my seat again, only to have my body enveloped in the jelly-like stuff again. Then, I will deactivate it. As Merle-san operated the terminal on her left arm, the color of the mysterious space outside the window gradually faded, turning into countless lines of light that eventually returned to normal space. As each of us observed our changed surroundings, the jelly-like stuff that had enveloped us was absorbed by the chair. Warp release has been successful. We will normally navigate for about an hour from here and then warp again. At that moment, our spaceship suddenly shook violently. What is it? No way. Merle-san hurriedly operated the terminal on the spaceship. As we were getting up from our chairs and ready to move at any time, Master Usagi muttered with a grim expression. It seems we're under attack. Under attack? It's probably the Dragonias who are the enemy this time. Too bad. I'm aware of all of your movements. I'll spare your life if you surrender meekly and hand over the blueprint for the anti-celestial annihilation weapon. But if you refuse, you will be trashed here in space." As if to affirm Iris-san's words, a transmission from what appeared to be a Dragonia alien came from the ship that had probably attacked us. "But we have no intention of surrendering to them." "I'm not going to surrender." "Then you'll die here." "I'm not going to surrender." "Then you can die here." As soon as Mul-san said that, the Dragonias attacked at once. In the midst of this, Mul-san shouted while operating her terminal. "I apologize, everyone. It seems that the Dragonias calculated the warp release point and ambushed us. I've deployed the shields, but brace for impact just in case." Mul-san operated a holographic touch panel that appeared and disappeared again at great speed. Then, it seemed that a shield had enveloped the spaceship, and a blue film covered the outside of the window. As we continued to look out the window, we saw several Dragonia spaceships approaching. "Oh, so that's the Dragonia spaceship. Huh? They look like the dragons of our world, don't they?" "Yes, they look like dragons." I was surprised to see how calm Odysee, Ruri, and Ril were, even though we were under attack. "Why you're so calm, aren't you?" "Well, it won't change the situation that we're being attacked even if I make a fuss here. But the number of enemies is less than I expected." As Odysee said, although we were ambushed, there were only about 5 Dragonia spaceships in the area that we could confirm. Could it be that the main force was somewhere else? However, the fact remained that we were only one ship. "Mul-san, what kind of weapons does this ship have?" "Although there is one installed, it is impossible to deal with that number of ships. And the enemy ships are designed for space combat, while this ship is designed for transportation, so it will be very difficult to fight a full-scale battle." "No way. In other words, if we don't escape from this bunch of spaceships, we're going to be shot down right here." As I was thinking about what to do, the Dragonia spaceship fired an energy cannon at us, indicating that there was no time for us to think about it. "I'll avoid it." Whoa. While the spaceship was moving so fast that it almost flipped me over, everyone except me remained calm and composed. They're amazing. Then, Master Usagi, who watched the enemy attack, asked Mul-san, who was frantically operating the spaceship. "Hey, Mul. Our bodies can adapt to outer space thanks to that protective fluid you just gave us, is that correct?" "Why, yes. If that's the case, we'll go outside the ship and fight them off." I was surprised by the unexpected words. "But it's true that even if we're on the spaceship, we could only escape, so it's better for us to intercept them directly." "Huh? We're dealing with spaceships, you know?" "Right, I was also dealing with a spaceship when we were attacked by Drade, but this is in space. The situation was different from that time." "Right. That seems to be the only way, but it's also dangerous to go outside in this situation." As Iris-san said, the spaceship we were on was exposed to a storm of bombardments, and the ship was not flying in a stable state, probably because of the many complicated evasive maneuvers. If we jumped out of the spaceship in such a state, we would be blown away. As I was thinking about this, Odysee nodded his head. "Phew. Then I'll take care of their attack for a while." "As expected of Master." "You'll do it, won't you?" "As expected of Master." "You'll do it." "Idiot. You two help me too." Tisk, Ruri and Ril nodded reluctantly and immediately moved next to Odysee, holding out their weapons. Then, as magic circles emerged from the palms of their hands, the 2 circles overlapped and became one. And then, magic barrier. The moment they chanted that, the bombardment from the Dragonia aliens was intercepted by the magic circle that suddenly appeared, preventing them from hitting the shield that surrounded our spaceship. Whoa. It's more powerful than I thought, isn't it? Yes. It's more powerful than I thought. However, the attack of the Dragonia aliens seemed to be powerful, and the 2 with their arms over their heads were grimacing. I see. Ruri and Ril's magic barrier is also quite tough. Then, magic bullet. As Odysee waved his finger lightly, a mass of light appeared outside the window. It's a pure mass of magic power without any attributes. The size of the mass itself was about the size of a basketball, but just by looking at it, it was clear that it contained a terrific amount of magic power. And there was more than one mass of magic power. Every time Odysee waved his finger, the mass of magic power increased in number, and before long, there were dozens of these masses floating around the spaceship. In the midst of this, the Dragonians continued their bombardment without resting their attack. Go! At that moment, Odysee said briefly, and the mass of magic power floating around the spaceship started to shoot down the bombardment from the Dragonia spaceship with precision. While everyone was amazed at how delicate the control was and how powerful it was, Odysee turned to us. Now is the time to get out. I've managed to neutralize them for now, but I don't know how long that will last. That's enough. Let's go, Yuuya. Why yes. Woof. P. Then it seemed that Knight and Seal would follow us, so the two of them, me, Yuti, Iris-san, and Master Usagi, immediately went outside the spaceship. Uma-san was asleep in the ship, completely unfazed by the situation, and Akatsuki, not exactly suited for fighting, was quietly staying in the spaceship. When I went outside, I was a little puzzled by the strange sensation that was different from being on Earth, although this would be natural. Thanks to that protective fluid, we were able to move around in space without any problems, but what would space be like without it? Would it be cold? Hot, and was there no wind in the vacuum? Yuti and the others were all looking down at their bodies. Strange. There's nothing unusual about it, but it's very uncomfortable. Right. A strange feeling that's hard to describe as comfortable. Well, it's fine as long as we can move. Woof. P. Knight and Seal were adjusting their fur and feathers and checking their bodies. In the meantime, Odysee, Ruri, and Ril using magic from inside the ship to deal with the attack of the Dragonia aliens. Then, suddenly, a voice sounded in our minds. Each of you seems to be doing fine. I'm also curious about what space is like, but you should finish this as soon as possible. As I said before, don't expect us to be able to handle it forever. Odysee. The voice was that of Odysee, which surprised us all. We were surprised to hear that he could speak directly to the mind like Uma-san did. Is that magic too? Yes, it is. I can see what's going on outside with the equipment in the spaceship and my magic to some extent. So don't worry about stray bullets, just fight. Ara, you're so well prepared. Okay, then. Let's go. Yes. With Master Usagi's signal, everyone took off at once using the spaceship as the foothold. The first step was to use the spaceship as a foothold, so we were able to proceed without any problems, but the speed was still not good. So, I quickly added some wind magic to propel me forward. Whoa! It's not the same as magic armor, but it's very fast. I wonder if this can be crossed with the lightning attribute of the magic armor? I'm not sure if I can control it if I try it suddenly, but I think it's worth a try. It might be a good idea to practice it after we settle things down. While I was thinking about this, Iris-san, Master Usagi, and Knight also used their own methods to get to the Dragonia spaceship. Iris-san is running through space, using the Earth attribute magic to create footholds, while Knight and Master Usagi use wind magic on their feet to create a foothold in space and move forward at great speed. Seal didn't seem to be using any particular magic, but he was just flapping his wings and going very fast as usual. I wonder how? When we almost reached the Dragonia spaceships, the enemy seemed to have noticed us, and several energy cannons were pointed at us. I'm sorry, but we're too busy defending the spaceship. You'll have to take care of any attacks coming your way. Prediction. No problem. I'll shoot them down for you. And then, Yuti, who was the only one left standing on Mal-san's spaceship, took up her bow and fired an arrow against the bombardment that was being fired at us. Meteor shower. It was a terrifying series of powerful single arrow shots called Death Comet, which were used when the Dragonia aliens had attacked before. The arrows released at a furious pace were sure to pierce through the Dragonia aliens' bombardment and damage the spaceship itself. Humph. As expected of a disciple of the Bow Saint. Iris and I won't lose either, but Yuuya, you should do your best too. If you show a disappointing performance, I'll give you even more severe training than before. I'll do my best. I was happy to see Yuti's growth, but as a result, I had to work hard too. In the meantime, when we finally reached the Dragonia spaceship, Iris-san made the first move. Fallen Sky. The slash that was released from below, as if cutting up, accurately slashed through the part of the Dragonia spaceship that looked like an exhaust port on a car. Humph. That's good. Then me too. Piercing leg. In the same way, Master Usagi also dexterously used magic to create a foothold and instantly approached the spaceship, and then kicked through the ship's hull, creating a huge hole. It was the first time I had seen the two of them perform such a feat, but they were all so powerful that they could easily destroy a ship several dozen meters in length. Grr. Knight rushed in while deploying his magic armor, and pierced the ship's hull with his body. I don't know why, but I feel like Knight is more energetic or stronger than usual. Is it only my imagination? PEI. With the usual blue flames on his body, Seal flew right on top of the Dragonian spaceship and plummeted straight down, piercing its hull. As everyone destroyed the Dragonia spaceships one by one, I also took out my World Strike from the item box to deal with the spaceship in front of me. It is possible to destroy the spaceship with Sage-san's weapons, such as the Omni Sword and Absolute Spear, but I chose to use the World Strike in order to deal with it without fail. Besides, since I was dealing with a big target like a spaceship, the World Strike would be a good choice. While holding the World Strike in my hand, I accelerated at once and swung the World Strike as if I were pushing up from right under the spaceship. Shit. If this continues, contact headquarters immediately. At that moment, the spaceship created a shield just like the one on Mal-san's spaceship for a split second, but the World Strike easily shattered it all and left it in pieces. Iris-san and Master Usagi widened their eyes as they witnessed the power of the World Strike for the first time. That's what you were using when you were fighting me before, but it's such a terrible thing. That spaceship was destroyed like a piece of wood. I guess it's one of the Sage's weapons, but that's outrageous. So, in the end, I relied on the performance of my weapon, but you'd have to forgive me for that. When I was feeling that way, I heard Odysee-san's voice in my mind again. I saw something outrageous. But that's okay. I'd like to hear more about it, but Maldono tells you all to come back here right now. We're going to move out from here. I understand. As per Odysee-san's words, we immediately returned to Mal-san's spaceship, and Mal-san took control of the spaceship and immediately left the area. There's no sign of spaceships in the vicinity. I think it's safe to say we've escaped. That's good to hear. I was relieved hearing Mal-san's words, and was finally able to relax my shoulders. But why were we ambushed, anyway? As I said before, they calculated the distance we traveled by warp from our path. Immediately after the warp is deactivated, the spaceship has no choice but to be in a vulnerable situation. It's true, as Mal-san said, we were sitting in our seats when the warp was deactivated, and more importantly, the ambushers could just aim at us and attack. However, since there are several possible locations for us to release the warp besides the place where we were ambushed, the Dragonias must have been waiting in several units. Fortunately, thanks to that, the number of spaceships waiting in ambush was small. It seemed that as a result of a combination of various luck, we were able to get through this safely. I didn't expect to be attacked at that moment, but it was still a great experience to be able to battle in space. I don't know what will happen next time we fight the Dragonias, but I think I will be able to move better. As I was thinking about this, I suddenly had a strange feeling. What is it? Yuuya-kan? What's wrong? Iris-san, who noticed my strange reaction, called out to me. However, I don't know what to say. I feel strangely shivery. I can't really describe it, but I feel like something is calling me. Something? It's the Sage's sign. Uma-san? Then Uma-san, who had been sleeping at his own pace despite everything that had happened, only woke up at this point. More importantly, what is Sage-san's sign? When all of us were surprised by Uma-san's words, he continued on, yawning unconcernedly. Fewer. What? Didn't we go to the cave where the sage rests before we came to space? It's just that I felt the same vibe as when I was there. Could it be the sign of Sage-san's legacy? It's true that at that time, it was written that the location of the legacy sealed on a certain planet in the universe can be found by approaching. But is it really in this vicinity? Then Uma-san turned his gaze to Mal-san. Little girl, proceed in that direction. Hey! Uma-san? What is it? Don't you ever wonder what the sage's legacy is? No, I'm curious about that, but I'm also curious about Mal-san's homeland. I said that, but Mal-san shook her head. It's okay, Yuuya-san, although we were able to avoid the attack by the Dragonias, they will probably come after us soon. So, there is a risk that our current route we are taking to my homeland will be easily predicted. Therefore, I'd like to change course to shift the time and distract the pursuers. I see. If Mal-san is willing to accept it, I am honestly interested in Sage-san's legacy. The weapons and magic circuit alone are outrageous, but what in the world did he hide in space? By the way, we're close to the sage's sign, aren't we? You're right, it's not that far away. At the rate we're going, we should arrive soon. I understand. Then please guide me there. Following Mal-san's words, Uma-san and I worked together to lead the way in the direction of Sage-san's sign. Eventually, a planet came into view. Then I noticed that Mal-san, who had been operating the spaceship until now, had a grim expression on her face. What's wrong? Could it be that there is a Dragonia alien spaceship? No, that's not what I mean. Is it a malfunction of the map? It seems that the planet we're heading to is not shown on this map, which was created using Amel's technology. But, space is such a big place, it's not surprising that there are places like this, isn't it? It was not surprising that there were places that are unknown in the vastness of space. However, Mal-san shook her head. As Yuuya-san said, it's nearly impossible to investigate the entire universe, but this area is one of the most thoroughly investigated places in the universe. That's probably why the Dragonia were able to guess our movements. But I can't believe that such an unknown planet exists not far from this point. Even from Mal-san's perspective, the planet that appeared in front of us seemed to be a mysterious existence. And then Uma-san, who was listening to the conversation, answered. Humph. That's just natural, I suppose. The sage's magic has been cast all around here. He probably wanted to make sure that only Yuuya, who is qualified to inherit his legacy, or someone like me, who can sense the sign of the sage, would be able to reach the place. Amazing. To think that he could deploy magic on this scale. While everyone was amazed by Uma-san's words, Odysee-san was particularly moved by them and raised his voice. He must be interested in that kind of amazing magic because he was a magician. Anyway, the planet that appeared in front of us was a desolate land of only soil, just like the moon I had seen in the video. I couldn't see any water, green trees, or even any signs of life, but I could see a strange structure standing there. The fact that I could see it even from a distance meant that it was huge. Is that a temple? It was a magnificent building surrounded by large pillars, just like the Parthenon that I had seen in videos and pictures. While Yuuya and the others were traveling through space, Lexia and the others were returning to the regal kingdom in the different world. Lexia and the others, who had just returned, were told that August wanted to talk to them and were taken to a private room. You've come back, how are you doing? Are you enjoying the country a bit? Yes. I think it's a nice, lively country. After the attacks by Quoro and Avis, the entire country could have been in a state of fear, but the people of Regal knew their role and were concentrating on reconstruction activities. Lexia and the others were surprised to see the resilient side of the people of Regal. When August heard these words, he nodded in satisfaction. Yes. I love this country, too. The people are truly wonderful. By the way, August-sama, I heard you wanted to talk to me. With Lexia's urging, August nodded gravely and told her about the council that had been decided while Lexia and the others were away. Actually, I have decided to hold the King's Council. King's Council? Lexia was surprised by August's words, but the words were unfamiliar to Luna and Mai, so they looked at each other and tilted their heads. August Summer, could it be that you are going to announce the fact that you have summoned a saint to the kings all over the world? But if you do that, there will be kings who will condemn you for it. I'm prepared for that. Already determined, August nodded without hesitation. If I open this council, I will be scorned upon by many of the kings. But I can't keep it a secret anymore. I see that you have already made up your mind. So, did you call me here to report that? No, that's part of it, but I would like Lexia Dono and the others to be present at the meeting too. Us too? Lexia was surprised by the request from August, but August continued without concern. Yes. Of course, we are going to talk about evil at this meeting, but it will be hard for people to believe my words alone. Besides, we'll also be discussing about Yuuya Dono. Yuuya Summer. He's not a holy, but he's a special person who can resist the evil. Lexia Dono may want to hide his existence from the outside world, but I think it should be announced to the kings. August looked straight at Lexia and told her this. Lexia also looked back at August, but Lexia did not realize that she had forgotten to tell August about something. Of course, Lexia knew that the evil had been destroyed, but soon afterward, she went to the earth and witnessed a shocking event that made her forget about the evil, and she forgot to inform August that the evil had been destroyed. On top of that, when August told her that she should tell the kings about the greatness of Yuuya, Lexia's enthusiasm was triggered. As a result, Lexia's reaction was different from what August had imagined. Right, let's make the other kings understand how amazing Yuuya Summer is. Huh? August looked uncomfortable at Lexia's reaction. Lexia then tilted her head curiously. Ara? What's wrong? No, is that okay? For the Alceria kingdom, he is like a final secret weapon, isn't he? Maybe he will be recruited by other countries. Yes. If we publicize Yuuya Summer, there will be people who will approach him for his power. But more than that, I think everyone should understand that Yuuya Summer is amazing. Sigh. And besides, Yuuya Summer and I are engaged. I don't have to worry about him being taken away. You're not engaged to him. What, Luna? Is it not good? Is it selfish of me to say so? You're too selfish. Luna was taken aback by Lexia's words. Mai also smiled bitterly at this side of Lexia. It was supposed to be a serious consultation for August, but in the end, it was decided that Lexia and the others would participate in the council in a rather sloppy manner. Inside the Dragonia mothership, a Dragonia alien was running in a hurry. When the Dragonia alien reached the room where Draco 3 was waiting, he hurriedly knocked on the door. Your Majesty, I have something to report to you immediately. Come in. After receiving permission, the Draconia alien entered the room and immediately knelt down. What do you want? Why, yes. The 3rd unit has received orders from Your Majesty to capture the Amelians and their collaborators, but we've lost contact with one of the platoons. What? What's going on? The Draconian alien was about to be crushed by the enormous pressure emanating from Draco 3, but he continued desperately. It seems that all of them were wiped out in an engagement with the Amel aliens in question. We had received a report that they were going into battle, but communication from that point forward was cut off. We got hit in return, huh? Draco 3 let out a heavy sigh, and the Dragonia who reported it stiffened. Draco 3 took no notice of the situation and opened his mouth. Good work. Go back now. Why, yes. The Draconia bowed again and left the room. Draco 3 was left alone, sitting deep in his chair. I guess I've underestimated them. Even though Drade is out, the 3rd unit can't handle it. And this is in a space battle? I had thought that the special environment of the subspace was a major factor in the Drade's defeat, but it seems that this was not the case. The Amelian collaborators must have excellent individual combat skills. That's why they are so much better than my troops at fighting in space. After pondering for a while, Draco 3 eventually came to a decision. A change of plans. Although we could not take the blueprints from the Amelian, we should destroy the planet ML itself before the blueprint reaches them. It may take a little bit of our strength, but with our current power, we will definitely be able to destroy the planet ML. Unbeknownst to Yuuya and the others, Draco 3 had finally begun to make his move. After somehow escaping the attack by the Dragonias, we came across a strange temple-like building on a planet. The temple stood alone on the planet, but its unusual size bothered me more than its appearance. Is this really a human temple? As Iris-san noted, the size of the temple didn't look like it was built for humans. From a distance, I could see that there was only one entrance. There was no door, just a gaping hole that led into the structure. However, the size of the entrance was strange. It was so huge that even the huge spaceship of the Dragonias that we had just fought could easily fit through it, not to mention Merle-san's spaceship that we were currently on. In order to explore the planet first, Merle-san lightly operated the panel, and the spaceship landed quietly. We arrived safely on the planet, but the closer we got to the temple, the more I realized how huge it was. When I stood at the entrance and looked up, I couldn't even see the top of the entrance from directly below. This is really built by Sage-san, isn't it? I was overwhelmed by its size. No matter how I looked at it, I couldn't imagine that it was built for humans. Even from the alien Merle-san's perspective, the building in front of us seemed strange, and her eyes widened. This is the first time I've seen such a strange structure. Was it built for some giant race? Yes, as Merle-san said, the size would be more convincing if we were told that it was built for gods or giants. However, as if to deny our idea, Uma-san, who landed on the planet with us, shook his head. No. This is exactly what the sage created and what Yuuya should inherit. Even if you say I should inherit it. What was the purpose of building such a large temple? I don't know what he's thinking. Let's just go. Wait, as Uma-san walked into the temple without hesitation, we hurriedly followed after him. Once inside the temple, the walls were covered with a strange, slippery material that looked like marble. Meanwhile, Odysee touched the wall and tried to channel some magic power, but he quickly shook his head. Phew. I have no idea what it is. I've never seen anything like this in our world either. But given that this wall is impervious to magic, I'm guessing that this material is used to protect something from magical attacks. As I was listening to the results of Oda-san's brief analysis, I suddenly heard a tremendous sound. I hurriedly turned my attention towards it and saw Master Usagi kicking at the wall. Master Usagi? Oh, I'm sorry. I've never seen this material before. I was curious about its durability, but I didn't expect it to be unbreakable. Even if you were curious, would you normally kick it? Don't be so angry. It didn't break, so it's fine, right? That's not the point though. Isn't everyone really acting too freely, or am I just too nervous? Then, like Oda-san, Merle-san also touched the wall and seemed to be operating her device to check something. This is an unknown material that hasn't been registered in our database. I did a contact analysis, and as Oda-san said, this material is quite resistant to magic power. In addition, as for its strength, was it called the black hardwood tree that grew in the Great Devil's Nest? It seems to be even harder than that. It's more than that tree. Black hardwood tree is an extraordinary plant that cannot be damaged by Master Usagi's skills or Sage-san's weapon, but this material is harder than that. I hadn't even gotten to Sage-san's legacy yet, but even here at the entrance, I was already preoccupied with other things. I couldn't see the ceiling because it's too high, so I didn't know what kind of light source was used, but the building was brightly lit. The more I searched, the more strange things I discovered. Look at that. As we walked down the corridor for a while, a huge door suddenly appeared in front of us. It was a door as big as the entrance, with a sci-fi design on the surface. There were glowing lines running all over the door, Rather than otherworldly feel, it gave it a futuristic look. Or rather, what's with this door all of a sudden? If it's this big, I think it's strange that we couldn't see it all the way from the entrance. Yes, with a door this big, it should be possible to see it from a distance. But at the time we were walking down the corridor so far, we hadn't recognized this door. Then, Uma-san considered the reason. Perhaps he's setting it up so that if we're lucky enough to slip through the magic that's been cast around here, and someone other than Yuuya or myself enters the temple, they won't be able to get to this door. He must have constructed the magic so that the door would appear only when someone who is qualified to inherit the legacy, such as Yuuya here, visits. If anyone other than Yuuya enters this building, they will continue to go deeper without ever reaching the door. Whoa, it's indeed Sage-san's legacy, so it's not surprising that he's strict about it. However, it would be a tragedy for those who came here by mistake. Anyway, it seems that the reason this huge door appeared was because of my presence. So, how do I open this door? Just like that time, you can touch it with your hand, and it will do fine. I nodded at Uma-san's words and touched the door. Then, the moment I touched it, the door slowly began to open, and an intense light flooded out from inside. The light filled my surroundings, and it was so dazzled that I had to cover my face with my arm. But then I saw a vision of something huge behind the door, falling towards me. And then a voice rang out in my head. "You've come." It was a man's voice, and it sounded very calm. When I was confused by the sudden situation, the voice continued. "You seem to be confused, but don't worry. I won't make it worse. As you may have noticed, I am what you called the Sage. My name is Zenovis, but is more commonly known by my alias as the Sage. Good to see you, my successor." What a surprise, the voice belonged to that Sage-san. It was so sudden that it made me even more confused, but Sage-san continued. "Well, there's not much time left. What I want to tell you this time is about this thing I left here. In fact, a long time ago, I landed on a different world called Earth. There, I met a man named Yunosuke and was able to experience the culture of the planet Earth. It was there that I came into contact with an exciting and unknown concept. It could even excite Sage-san. What the heck was that? So, I did my own research and succeeded in creating something close to that concept. But I was too excited. Arjuna told me that it was too much for her to manage, so I hid it far away on this planet." "Sage-san?" "That light-hearted Arjuna-san. In other words, you have created something that couldn't be left in the different world." I can't tell how many times I've been surprised by Sage-san's outrageous stories, and I'm sure many more outrageous events will be found in the future. In the end, I only used it a few times before I sealed it up on this planet. Still, I'm delighted by it. "Well, go ahead and use it." Sage-san said he was satisfied with it. "It must be really outrageous, right?" As my face tightened up involuntarily, Sage-san's voice gradually faded. "Now, my successor, who has arrived at this place. Enjoy yourself to the fullest. What was mine is now yours." As Sage-san's voice faded away, not only me but everyone present endured the intense light, and eventually, the light gradually subsided. As my eyes adjusted to the original brightness, I looked beyond the open door and saw that nothing existed there. Empty? That's ridiculous. Uma-san also walked through the door in disbelief. We hurriedly followed him into the door, but there was still nothing. It was just a huge space. "There is nothing here, is there?" "There's nothing here. The material of the walls of the room itself is no different from the corridor we've been walking through. Either way, it's an unfamiliar material. It's a bit of a letdown, considering how ostentatious the staging was. I still can't believe it, just like Master Usagi said. Woof. Booey. Hi. Knight and the others were also looking around the room, but they couldn't find anything in the end. Then Uma-san tilted his head. "It's strange. Before we opened the door, I could strongly sense the presence of the sage from the inside of the room, and then all of a sudden that presence disappeared. What the hell is going on?" As everyone was puzzled by this situation, Iris-san looked at me with a sudden realization. Ara? Yuuya-kun, have you ever worn a bracelet like that? Eh? I also looked at where Iris-san was looking, and surprisingly, I saw an unfamiliar bracelet on my arm. What the heck is this? I don't remember wearing it at all, so I hurriedly tried to take it off, but... Phew. NNGGH? NNNGGHHHH. No matter how hard I pull, it won't come off my arm. No way. I immediately activated my identification skill and found that it was contract bracelet, a contract bracelet. What is the meaning of this skill? What do you mean the item's name and description are the same? What does the contract say in the first place? As I was confused by the questions that were coming out of my mouth at an alarming rate, Uma-san approached the bracelet. I see. The sage's presence I had felt in this room was from that bracelet. I mean, what is this? Perhaps the bracelet is the legacy of the sage. What do you think? Do you know how to use it? Not at all. Well, that's just the way he is. He must have set it up so that you'll know how to use it at some point. I hope so. I tried to use my skills to look into it, but nothing came up, and I also tried to channel my magic power, but it didn't work. However, if Uma-san is right and this item is Sage-san's relic, then we have no more business in this place. When we left the room, the door that had just reappeared just disappeared again like smoke. It really is a strange building. The sage's magic is unfathomable. Odysee-san said while observing the door disappearing. Even from the perspective of a magic specialist, Sage-san's magic was still outstanding. Other than the bracelet in Yuuya's hand, there is no other sign of the sage in this place. Yes. I'm not particularly attracted to anything anymore either. Whenever I came to this place, I felt as if I was being called by something, but after I got the bracelet, I didn't have that feeling anymore, so I could assume that our business here was over. Merle-san, it's been a little long, but we're good to go here. Let's go. I understand. From here, we can warp all the way to the area around Amel, so let's leave right away. After nodding to Merle-san's words, we left the planet. Chapter 4, The Great Giant. While Yuuya and the others were exploring the temple, a meeting was being held in the Regal Kingdom. Not only the King of Regal, August, but also the King of Alceria, Arnold, and other kings from various countries had gathered for the meeting. Because, first and foremost, August officially announced that he had summoned a saint at this King's Council, it was obvious that he would be condemned by other countries. Schliemann, the Emperor of the Rommel Empire in the Northern Land, turned his sharp gaze to August. August Donno. Do you understand what you've done? Following his words, Braha, the king of the Sahar Kingdom in the south, also opened his mouth. Indeed. Summoning people from other worlds is no different from abducting them. And what does your country intend to do with the strength of the saint you summoned? As if in agreement with the two of them, the other participants raised their voices one after another and nodded. August was blamed for two things, abducting people from other worlds and possessing such a force. But then Lexia and the others, who had been watching the meeting quietly, spoke up. As you may already know, the evil has returned. When the kings of each country and August heard the words of Lexia and the others, they looked at Lexia with sorrowful expressions. It's not just the Regal Kingdom, but other countries as well that have been affected by the evil beast and have been somewhat aware of the appearance of the evil. Therefore, each country was on the alert for the appearance of the evil, gathering various information and preparing their forces. The moment they were about to discuss the resurrection of the evil and the existence of the ultimate perfection, Avis Lexia dropped another bomb. But that evil has already been destroyed. What? Huh? I'm sorry, August Summer. I forgot to tell you until now. You forgot? The content was no more believable than the return of evil. Above all, even August, who initiated this meeting, had never heard of it before. As soon as August recovered from his shock, he immediately asked, What do you mean by destroyed? It means exactly what it means. You don't need to worry about evil anymore. He could not help but be appalled. He said he was going to talk about what to do, but the target, the evil, was already gone. Then a voice came from the king of another country. Princess Lexia. Are you saying that it has been defeated by the holy? No. It was someone else. Someone else? You think there's anyone other than the holy that can fight the evil? The kings were in a state of disbelief, but only Odysee, the image of a certain young man, came to his mind. No way. Lexia only smiled at Odysee, who widened his eyes. I can't believe the evil has already been defeated. Due to Lexia's bombastic words, there was almost nothing left to discuss, and the King's Council came to an end. While each king returned to their prepared rooms, Odysee called on Lexia and the others to hold an informal meeting to hear more details. And when Odysee heard the details from Lexia and the others again, he muttered in dismay. So, you really think that Yuuya Dono defeated evil? Or, to be more precise, it was Yuuya Summer's companions, but in the end, it's all due to Yuuya Dono's power, isn't it? As Odysee said, although Night and the others had defeated the evil, they were also contracted with Yuuya, and it was no exaggeration to say that they were a part of Yuuya's power. What is really going on here? It's so easy for someone from another world, like my Dono, to destroy even the evil? Is another world really that great? No. It's not. It's just that guy. Yuuya is amazing, and the rest of us are normal. But my Dono also has special powers, doesn't she? Why, you're right, but I'm also pretty unique in my world, but most people don't have the power to fight. I was desperately trying not to let the existence of the earth be interpreted in a strange way. I see. Then, my Dono's summoning was for naught. And although I am glad that the problem of the evil has been solved, what should I do with my Dono, whom I summoned without considering her inconvenience? That's the thing, but Yuuya can go back and forth between this world and my hometown, and thanks to him, I can go back to my world. I'm sorry I haven't told you this before, but so please don't worry about that. Is that so? Odysee's eyes widened at the new fact that was brought to him here. He knew from Mai that Yuuya and Mai were from the same world, but he did not know that he could travel freely between the two worlds. Then you can always go back to your hometown, my Dono? Yes, but I still have to go to Yuuya's house to go home. Does that mean that Yuuya Dono has inherited the magic of the sage? In response to Odysee's question, Mai looked at each other with Lexia and Luna. I don't know what kind of magic it is, but it allows you to go to and from the other world through the door in Yuuya's house. A door? Then again, if the door is there, can we also go to my Dono's world? While suppressing his surprise, Odysee began to make various calculations in his mind at the fact that there is a means of communication with the new world, but Lexia cut him off immediately. I think it's best not to think too deeply, though. What? The door belongs to Yuuya Summer, and if you try to get him involved in something strange, I don't think the Genesis Dragon will stay silent. Remembering the intimidation he had received from Uma, Odysee was at a loss for words. And even though the evil is gone, the evil beasts are still lurking in many places, so it's too early to relax. You're right. I also heard that some strange people have been moving around lately. Odysee let out a sigh and looked around at Lexia and the others. Have you ever heard of a group called the Evil Cult? Evil Cult? Which gods do they worship? No, it is not a cult that is generally accepted in this world. It's a group that worships the evil. The evil? Yeah. There are not many of them, but they have been working in the dark in various countries with the cause of saving humanity through evil since before the revival. In the past, they have not directly caused any major damage to the country, so we have kept our guard up and have not done anything to crack down on them, but recently, these people have been strangely active. There is such a group? Lexia was surprised to hear of the existence of such a group for the first time. But Luna was the only one who knew of their existence, having belonged to the Dark Guild. I know of their existence, but I don't know what they do. Although their ideology is dangerous, they haven't caused any major incidents in the past. There are also some of them in the Alceria kingdom, but I have not heard of any of them being caught, right? I've been vigilant of them because of what they worship, but there has been no particular movement. However, the fact that the activity has increased recently suggests that not only us but also the evil cult have sensed the resurgence of evil. However, now that the evil has been destroyed, they must be beginning to make other moves. Another movement? Yes. Perhaps they are aware of the fact that evil has been destroyed. And recently, there have been sightings of evil cult followers searching for something in various places. Is it something about evil? I don't know. It could be that they are looking for something or someone. It's not a problem that can be left unattended, even if it hasn't caused any real harm up until now. So I ordered a search of the base of the evil cult, but it was empty. So you're saying they escaped? In response to May's question, August nodded with a mysterious expression. Yeah. Perhaps they sensed our movement. It's also possible that they've already found what they were looking for. Either way, now that we don't know what they were looking for, we can only remain vigilant. But then again, the evil has been destroyed, and there is no such thing as more of it, is there? In the worst-case scenario, it could be that they have found a way to resurrect the destroyed evil, but in a more enhanced form. Imagining the worst-case scenario described by August, Lexia and the others could only stay silent. Warp. Release. With Sage San's legacy in my possession, we set off for the planet Amel once again. We were not attacked by the Dragonia aliens this time and successfully completed the warp. It's amazing, isn't it? To be able to travel through such a vast universe so easily. But we can't tell the difference between places, can we? Are we really moving? Yeah, we can't tell the difference between places. But I think we're moving. Ruri and Ril were right when they commented on traveling at warp speed. To be honest, I couldn't really feel like we were moving because I couldn't see that much of a change in the surroundings. Well, I couldn't see the Earth already, so there was no doubt that we were moving, but the speed at which the spaceship was moving was so great that it felt like we were going on a short excursion, like on Earth. As I was thinking about this, Merle-san's voice sounded up. Everyone, we're about to arrive at the planet Amel. Humph. Finally, huh? In a place like this where it's always dark, our sense of time gets a little out of sync. In fact, how long has it been since we left? We've been using the warp function, so there shouldn't be that much of a time discrepancy from everyone's experience. It should be about 10 hours, I think. We can travel in less than a day. As Odysee said, it was amazing that we were moving between the planets in such a way that it was like traveling abroad in an airplane. Oh, look at that, everyone. That is the planet Amel, eh? At the sound of Merle-san's voice, we all turned our gaze in the same direction as she did. There was a blue planet, similar to Earth, spread out on the window of the cockpit. However, many spaceships from the Dragonia were floating in the vicinity of the planet. They are attacking the planet. The spaceships of the Dragonias were firing energy cannons at the planet one after another. The power of the cannons was so great that if this spaceship were hit by even one of them, there would be no escape. However, the planet Amel was covered by a kind of magical barrier like the one deployed by Ruri and Ril, and it was able to withstand the attack of the Dragonias. There were also several other spaceships. They did not belong to the Dragonias and probably belonged to Amel, as they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragonia's spaceships. However, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage because they were outnumbered. Hey, that's a hell of a lot of them. Don't tell me that this is only a part of them. If that's the case, no matter how many of us there are, we'll never be able to defeat them. As Iris-san and Master Usagi stared at the Dragonia's spaceship with grim expressions, Merle-san came to her senses and shook her head. No, it seems that the Dragonias are serious about destroying the planet Amel. As proof, the huge spaceship floating over there is the Dragonia's mothership. The Dragoon. In the direction that Merle-san was pointing, there was a spaceship floating in the air that was so huge that it was incomparable to the spaceships of the Dragonias that we had been fighting. The ship, which resembled a giant dragon, was fully armed with a large number of weapons. You can't be serious, they were trying to settle the war. We have to hurry. Merle-san quickly took control of the terminal and accelerated our spaceship as we approached the planet Amel. The Dragonias seemed to notice us, and several spaceships came towards us. It looks like they're not letting us pass easily. We'll have to go out there and intercept them again. Following Master Usagi's lead, we immediately jumped out into space and charged the Dragonia spaceship. Then, unlike in the previous battle, a large number of Dragonias came out of the spaceship. Are those the clones just like the previous battle? It seemed that the Dragonias have excellent cloning technology, and their usual method was to create an inexhaustible supply of clone soldiers and send them into battle. As a result, this time, we had to deal not only with the spaceship but also with the Dragonias. This is so annoying. Heavenly Saint / Iris-san put the power of Holy in her sword and unleashed a huge slash across the side. The slash wipes out the Dragonia aliens one after another, but once again, a large number of soldiers are deployed as replacements. Geez. There's no end to the number of them we can take down. You can't stop them from coming out if you don't beat the main ones. Ignore those small fries and destroy the floating spaceships. I can't do that, that's why I'm eliminating the small fry. As Iris-san said, it was difficult to get close to the enemy spaceship due to many Dragonia aliens. If we continue to poke around in the dark, we're sure to get into a crowded battle, and there's a chance we'll get swarmed and killed. The only saving grace is that their entire force is gathered here. Considering the fact that there is also a commander of that time in this place, I would like to conserve my strength. Even as he said this, Master Usagi was kicking away the Dragonia aliens one after another, making good use of his magic to move lightly through the air and attack the spaceship when he saw an opening. Indeed, we cannot go all out here, considering if a powerful enemy like Drade joined in. Was it a bad idea to think like that? To my surprise, several Dragonia aliens appeared from the other ship. Unlike the other Dragonias, they were wearing solid armor and each of them had a variety of weapons, and there was a familiar face among them. Hello again, Frontier Warrior. Drade? Surprisingly, Drade, whom I had defeated on Earth, was now standing in my way as one of the new Dragonia aliens that had appeared. That time, my attack did indeed pierce him, but the current Drade showed no traces of the wound and appeared to be completely healed. In response to my surprise, Drade smiled ferociously. It was your mistake not to kill me back then. With our Dragonia technology, I can recover from a wound of that level in no time. It's true that right after I defeated Drade, he was retrieved by the other Dragonias and escaped. I was surprised to see him reappear like this in perfect condition, but at the same time, it made sense. Considering the space technology that Merle-san had used until now, I guess it was nothing special. Then, a Dragonia who seemed to be the commander of another unit made fun of Drade. Hey, you lost to such skinny bunches. You're the worst. I'll kill you now if I want to. You think you can beat me after having lost these small fries? Look at us. We'll finish them off in an instant, okay? Ignoring the words of the Dragonia, Drade stared straight at me. At that time, it was just the third squad, but now it's different. Do you really think you can fight against this many? No matter what happens, I'll fight with all my might. I see. Then I'll defeat you this time. Coup. The distance was closed in the blink of an eye, and I was attacked by a spear. I immediately took out the absolute spear, and somehow prevented the attack. Then Drade smiled ferociously. I was defeated last time, but this time is different. The other commanders like me, who are here, will kill you all. I won't let you do that. And so, we clashed again. Yuuya-kun. Oops, your opponent is me. When Iris was about to rush towards Yuuya, a Dragonian alien dressed in equipment similar to Drade stood before Iris. I have to go to Yuuya. Out of my way. Hey, don't be stupid, okay? If you want to go there so badly, you'll have to defeat me first. The Dragonia alien slashed at Iris as he responded. Unlike Drade, This Dragonia alien wielded a sword. And it's not just a long sword. He was handling a huge sword as tall as Iris with ease. I'm Drad, commander of the 2nd unit of the Dragonian planet. When Drad introduced himself, Iris kept her calm expression and swung her sword without opening her mouth. Don't you have a name too? I feel lonely. If that's the case, then let me give you a name. Drad's pupils suddenly narrowed into a sharp vertical slit, and he swung the sword in his hand quickly. The sword, which was swung with no special technique but only with the tremendous strength of his arms, engulfed even the surrounding Dragonias and cut them into small pieces with ease. Aren't they with you? Huh? Such disposables? Don't be ridiculous, they are just a tool to wear down the enemy. And it's bad enough that they're so close to me. If they can't be used, they should just get the hell out of my sight. In response to the forceful blow swung down, Iris immediately abandoned the choice of defense and jumped away from the spot. Then, despite having a sufficient distance, a tremendous shockwave struck Iris. Coo! What ridiculous power! Hey! What's with the surprise? I haven't even started to take it seriously yet, when Iris realized that there was no way to avoid the huge sword that attacked her like a storm. She held the sword up to her eyes and slowly exhaled. And then, wind willow slash. Iris, like a willow, brushed aside the impact of the attack and inflicted one wound after another on Drad's body. Although each attack was not very powerful, the countless cuts all over his body caused Drad to frown and distance himself from Iris. You're not bad. Huh? While Drad was enraged, Iris had a clear expression on her face. You bastard. I don't care what your name is. I'll just crush you right here and now. Drad became angrier at Iris's attitude and began to attack even more violently. He attacked in a huge storm, cutting up the surrounding Dragonia clone soldiers with just the wind pressure of his sword. The blow was so powerful that it could easily shatter a small meteorite, and this was not something that a human could approach. But even in the face of such a Drad, Iris remained calm. You are so barbaric. Iris moves forward with a calm face through the raging storm of swords. Not just swords, but even the wind pressure is easily avoided as she finally closed in on Drad's body. What? This is the end, Heavenly Saint slash. Iris's sword, which was swung from below, sliced through Drad from his groin all the way up to his brain and then went on to engulf other Dragonia soldiers and one of the spaceships, obliterating it. A sword like a wild beast is no match for a human sword. Remember that. Though, it's too late to tell you this. More importantly, I have to save Yuuya-kun. Iris had been looking at the place where Drad disappeared for a while, but she hurriedly headed towards Yuuya. I see. I guess that means you're my opponent. On the other hand, Usagi was confronting another one of the Dragonia aliens. The Dragonia didn't have any weapons and was wearing a pair of gauntlets and leg armor. From the looks of it, it seems that you fight with hand-to-hand combat. What an odd little animal. But since you are here, I will not show you any mercy. Usagi laughed in amusement at the Dragonia, who readied himself while saying that. Kukaku. It's been a long time since I've been treated as a small animal. Don't worry. There is no need for mercy or hesitation. You're going to lose to me here anyway. Humph. Do you think this 1st unit commander, Dron, will be defeated by a small animal like you? What a funny joke. In an instant, the Dragonia alien, who called himself Dron, closed the distance to Usagi and kicked at his small body mercilessly. But I told you, didn't I, there's no need for mercy or hesitation. Usagi countered Dron's kick with a similar kick, easily offsetting the attack. Dron quickly distanced himself and smiled ferociously. Fufu. You're so cocky for a small animal. Do you think you're on the hunter's side with that level of power? I don't know where you got that kind of power, but don't get carried away. Dron wrapped his body with a kind of fighting spirit, and he closed in on Usagi with a speed that was incomparable to the first strike. He then lowered his body at once and unleashed a powerful fist that struck at Usagi. NNNGGHH. Although it was just a fist attack, the multiple shock waves released easily destroyed not only the surrounding Dragonia clone soldiers but also the asteroids floating in space. But even in the face of such an attack, Usagi was in no hurry to evade and stepped on top of Dron's outstretched fist. "What? That's the extent of your barking, huh? Screw you." "Oh." Against Usagi, who stood on top of his fist, Dron's gauntlet changed instantly, and suddenly an energy cannon was fired from it. However, Usagi was not flustered by such an attack and jumped up to avoid the gunfire with a relaxed attitude. "What's wrong? Is that equipment just for decoration? Don't you ever underestimate me." At Usagi's provocation, Dron deployed a variety of weapons. In addition to the energy cannons, Dron's gauntlets were equipped with energy shields to cover the defensive aspect. Furthermore, his leg armor was equipped with a jet mechanism, and his toes were also equipped with energy cannons, just like his gauntlets. Making full use of these armaments, Dron unleashed a series of powerful attacks, but Usagi easily avoided all of them. On top of that, while avoiding Dron's attacks, Usagi analyzed the characteristics of the Dragonia aliens from their attacks. "Phew you. I've never encountered such weapons before, but it seems that your pure combat power is not that high." "What the? What are you trying to say?" "I'm saying that while your weapons are flashy, your skills are not. That's why. One of your people has already been defeated." "Wah. Drad?" In response to Usagi's words, Dron immediately turned his attention to Drad, who was fighting Iris. At that moment, he saw Drad being sliced open by Iris. And then, "How dare you to look away so casually?" Usagi didn't miss the moment when Dron took his eyes off him and dove straight into his chest, taking advantage of his small body to deliver a sharp kick to his torso. Kicking flash. "Gah?" Dron was blown away by the kick before he could defend himself. Usagi didn't even give him time to regain his stance, and in an instant, he went behind Dron and kicked him in the back. Heaven leg. Gua? In space, where there is no ground, to begin with, it is difficult to hold on unless one uses magic or science technology to adjust one's stance. So, Dron was sent upward without being able to catch himself. He managed to adjust his stance and looked around frantically, trying to locate Usagi. Where is he? Where? Here. Yee. Before he knew it, Usagi had moved above Dron's head and slammed a kick into his head. Dron continued to plummet at an incredible speed. "It's impossible. This can't be happening. My weapons, filled with Dragonia technology. Why doesn't it work? How can a mere small animal attack?" Star drop. In addition to creating a foothold with magic, Usagi also used the magic he learned from Yuuya to clothe his legs with magic power. He approached the falling Dron, spinning like a wheel, and struck him with a powerful heel drop. It was the best blow that Usagi could deliver right now, and it sent shockwaves around him, blowing away a spaceship that had been waiting nearby. Usagi stared at Dron, who disappeared like Drad, and snorted. "Humph. What's wrong with being a small animal? You lost to an existence like me. That's all." After turning his back on the vanishing Dron, Usagi headed for Yuuya. While in the other world and on Earth, night had a time constraint, but in space itself, there was no sunlight, and therefore it was night, and the power to release this skill was stored in Night's body without his knowledge. With all these conditions in place, Night was able to activate the skills that he should not have been able to use yet, and transformed himself into a magnificent black Fenrir with a fighting strength that rivaled Uma. Night, who had been calmly staring at Dracul, shifted his gaze to Seal and barked lightly again. "Woof. Pie? Pie. Wah?" With just that, the cage that held Seal was destroyed, and Seal was free once again. However, Dracul, who was temporarily removed from Night's consciousness because of his gaze on Seal, immediately took up his axe and attacked Night, taking advantage of the momentary gap. "You idiot! You turned your back on me. Pie? Booey." Seal and Akatsuki rushed to stop Dracul, who was about to deliver a blow with tremendous force to Night, but they could not do so in time. "Fool. Dee. It was a ruthless attack by Dracul with all his might. But, woof. Wah? It was Dracul's axe that was obliterated. Dracul watches in dismay as his axe disappears from his hand. He quickly came to his senses and fired the energy cannon mounted on his full-body armor at close range. What the hell did you do, you bastard? However, Dracul's excessively fierce attack was easily crushed. Woof. Knight barked again. In fact, Dracul's entire body armor shattered in an instant, and even the bones in his body were shattered as he flew through the air helplessly. Gar? Dracul was no longer able to move, let alone adjust his stance in the air. As if to crush him, Knight raises his arm. Woof. Hi. Wait. When Knight swung his arm down, the surrounding clone soldiers and spaceships, including Dracul, disappeared into dust. Knight, who was quietly watching the scene, suddenly began to groan in pain. Pi. P. Fugo. Bui, Seal and Akatsuki hurriedly rushed over and tried to save Knight by using their respective skills. However, instead of recovering, Knight suffered even more and finally let out a loud howl. And then, as Knight slumped down, his body began to glow. After a while, the light subsided, and the usual young Knight was lying there. Bui. As Seal and Akatsuki used their skills with all their might, Knight roared slightly and quietly opened his eyes. Woof. Pi. P. Fugo. Woof. Seal and Akatsuki immediately hugged Knight, but Knight tilted his head, not seeming to understand what was going on. When Knight returned to his normal state, he had no memory of the time when he was the Black Fenrir. Although it was good that he was awake, he was still exhausted, so Knight and the others looked worriedly at Yuuya and prayed for his safety. That's Black Fenrir? Why is it here? Answer. That's Knight. He's been with us this whole time. That one? What's going on with Yuuya Dono's family? While Yuuya and the others were dealing with their respective commanders, Yuti, who was standing on top of the spaceship that Mull was desperately trying to control, and Odysee, who was dealing with the bombardment from the Dragonia spaceship, were having a conversation. Not only Odysee but also Mull and the others were astonished by the sudden appearance of the legendary being. Oh, so that's Night-san's true form. That's amazing, isn't it? That's amazing. As Ruri and Rul also became excited, Uma, who had been sleeping for a long time now, opened his mouth and sighed absently. Phew. I've been expecting his awakening to come soon, but I didn't expect it to happen here. It's not a complete awakening, it seems. Fufafu. As expected of a race that can rival me. It's not perfect, yet it gave me a shiver. Over the course of working with Yuuya, Uma had never once mentioned such a thing, but is now commenting on the presence that emitted from Knight. This was literally proof that Knight possessed a power rivaling the Genesis dragon. Affirmative. Knight is a capable boy. That's right, to think that he's already that smart as a kid, it's going to be scary when he grows up. I don't know, but why can't I see that Black Fenrir anymore? When Odysee asked this, Uma replied while laying down again. It's simple. As I said before, he is not fully awake yet, the burden on the body is too great. So he won't be able to use that skill for a while. I see. If we had that power, this battle would have been over in an instant. It can't be helped. Odysee was right. If Knight had been able to maintain that awakened state, this battle would have been settled literally in an instant. However, since it was his first awakening, Knight was still unable to control his power. Immediately after defeating Dracul, he returned to his normal state. If Knight in that state had gone on a rampage without being capable of thinking, he could have destroyed not only the Dragonias but also Yuuya and the others, and even the planet Amel. However, Knight had instinctively sensed this. When he defeated Dracul, he cancelled his awakened state. This was the reason why, from Uma's point of view, Knight's latent abilities were so frightening. However, even though they had defeated most of the Dragonia's leaders, they still had to deal with Drade, the clone soldiers, and the biggest problem of all, the giant spaceship Dragoon. Even so, it seems that Iris and the others fought quite spectacularly. I thought they would struggle more, even if they could not overwhelm them like Knight Dono did. Of course, they are strong. But there's no end to the number of spaceships the enemy has. There's still way too many of them. I wonder how long the magic power used to defend this ship will last? It's pretty intense, you know. Yes, very intense, as Merle was desperately trying to avoid the bombardment from the Dragonia spaceship. Ruri and Rill, who were deploying the magic barrier from inside the spaceship, raised their voices in peril. Merle-san, are you okay? Ruri-san, I'm sorry, I wish I could lessen the burden on the two of you, but with this many enemies, we're still likely to get hit. It's inevitable, isn't it? It can't be helped. It's crazy that we have to deal with such a large number all by ourselves. I agree with my disciple on that. This situation is disadvantageous no matter how you look at it. In fact, if this were the case, there would not even be a fight. However, because Iris and Usagi are more capable than expected, we can still fight like this. Apparently, the two of them were able to defeat the enemy leaders, and I guess our job is to protect this ship and hopefully shoot down some of the enemy spaceships. I understand that, but with the armament on this ship, it would be difficult even to get a decent fight against the enemy spaceships. If I were to go in there myself, I think I could take out a ship or two with my restored armament mode. I'm not going to let Merle-san, who is the only one who can pilot this ship, go out there. And even if you could take down a few ships, you'd still be at a disadvantage. Let's hope Usagi and the others can drop as many enemy ships as possible. Master, can they do that? I'm sure they can. I don't think they could take down that one big ship, but I'm sure they could do something else. What about you, Master? I'm busy shooting down the bombardment that's coming our way. When Odysee slurred his words, Ruri and Rill became agitated. Master just went away? Yes, Master escaped it. Those two are amazing, aren't they? But Master is not that great, is he? Ruri, I feel bad if you compare him with those two. He's a shut-in, after all. Right. That's true, isn't it? Yes, that's true. Is that all you have to say? Hi. It can't be helped. If you're so concerned, take a good look. Odysee called out to Yuti, who was on top of the spaceship shooting down enemy fire with him, with a vein in his forehead. Yuti Dono? Answer. Did you call for me? I'm sorry, but can you handle the attacks coming our way on your own for a moment? Understood. But I can't handle this many for long. It's okay. It won't take long. As soon as Odysee said that, he immediately formulated his magic power. Then, as if in response to Odysee, a magic sphere appeared outside Merle's spaceship, and it gradually grew larger. Yuti watched the scene as she shot down the bombardment. Astonishing, amazing magic power. This is the Magic Saint. Merle also operated the spaceship more carefully so as not to interfere with Oda's concentration and continued to avoid being hit. And then, destruction magic. The moment Oda slowly opened his eyes and chanted that, the magic power that had already formed into a huge mass shrank at once and was released in the direction where there were many spaceships. The mass of magic power that had shrunk to a tiny size reached the center of the swarm without difficulty, unnoticed by not only the clone soldiers but even the Dragonia spaceships. Blast them all. At that moment, the magic that had been compressed exploded all at once, and the massive magic power became a destructive force that wiped out all the surrounding spaceships. The aftermath was tremendous, and the impact was fierce. It was felt not only on Merle's spaceship, which was far away, but also by Usagi and the others who were fighting the enemy. The impact was so great that Usagi voiced his complaint. Hey, Odysee, if you're going to unleash such crazy magic, give me a word first. That's right. You almost got us caught up in that. Odysee was on his knees in the spaceship, breathing hard as he replied to Usagi and the others who were complaining. Ha. You're safe, aren't you? That's okay then. Hey, are you okay? You've been reckless, haven't you? Of course. I can't shoot that thing. Many times. But I took care of most of the spaceships. I'll leave the rest to you. Humph. I'd like to complain about this to your face, but for now, rest. But remember that this when all is said and done? I don't want to. Master. Odysee finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed on the spot. Ruri and Rill immediately rushed to embrace him, and Merle gave instructions as she piloted. There's a bed over there. There is also a medical function installed in that bed, so please let him sleep there. You understood? Ruri and Rill carried Odysee to the bed as instructed by Merle. As she watched them go, Merle steeled her resolve even more. We were able to reduce the strength of the Dragonias in one move thanks to Odysee-san. However, it seems that the Dragoon is completely locked onto us, but at the same time, my compatriots on Amel must have noticed my presence. The only thing left to do is to see how far Yuuya-san and the others can go. Merle maneuvered her spaceship to avoid the attacks from the remaining Dragonia aliens while praying for Yuuya and the others to put up a good fight. No way, the Dragonia elites. Those commanders were defeated? Drade, who had been fighting with me, was astonished that the other commanders had been defeated. I was really surprised about Knight, not to mention Iris-san and Master Usagi. I suddenly felt a tremendous pressure similar to Uma-san's, and when I turned my gaze towards it, I saw a huge jet-black wolf. I was surprised by his appearance, but I knew immediately that the wolf was Knight. It seemed that Knight had also unleashed his power for some reason. I'll have to make sure of that when this battle is over. In order to do that, I need to defeat Drade in front of me now. Unlike the time of the previous attack, I was able to activate both Holy King's Authority and Holy Evil Creation from the start in this fight. What the hell is this power? 1,000 spear piercing. Gar. Drade, who could not handle my attack, suffered many wounds on his body. Then he distanced himself from me and looked at me in disbelief. Impossible, I was defeated once, and in order to defeat you, I made further modifications to this body. So why am I being overwhelmed? It seems that after Drade was defeated by me and was retrieved back, he further modified and strengthened his body. It is true that in this fight, I felt that each blow was more powerful than the last, and it was obvious that if I took even one hit, I would take a lot of damage. But now that I could use the power of the Holy and Evil Creation, even more than before, I was able to overwhelm Drade. Then, Kuro, who was inside me, raised his voice in amusement. Ha 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 ha. This is so good. I wonder what it feels like to be beaten by someone you thought you could beat? Hey, Kuro. Isn't it nice? And I'm helping you, too. You should be a little grateful. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. I've been fighting with the help of Kuro, as he said. This is because I needed to activate the power of evil to match the power of the holy that was strengthened by the Holy King's authority, so I borrowed the power of Kuro. Thanks to that, I am now able to draw out the full potential of the Holy and Evil Creation, and in combination with Sage-san's weapon, I am now overwhelming Drade. Drade shook his head as if to say that he didn't approve of such a situation. Unbelievable. There is no way that we, the Dragonias, can lose. We can't lose. In an enraged state, a tremendous fighting spirit rose from Drade's body, and he thrusted out his spear with a speed that was incomparable to anything he had ever done before. Drade had lost all sense of reason and become a weapon that would simply annihilate the enemy in front of him. In response, I quietly held up my spear and unleashed a technique. True Divine Piercing. It's the best attack that I can do right now, with the Holy King's authority, Holy Evil Creation, and also magic armor deployed. It was a flash that surpassed the God piercing that the spear saints used in the past. And it was a flash that pierced even the gods. Drade and I crossed in an instant. I had a cut on my cheek from Drade's attack, but a few moments later, a huge hole appeared in Drade's torso. No way. I'm losing. Again. Drade collapsed quietly and then disappeared as particles. Ha. I let out a nervous gasp and fought back the urge to collapse. Then Iris-san and others rushed over to me. Yuuya-kun. Are you okay? Oh. Iris-san. I'm fine. Humph, pathetic. You should have plenty of room to beat that guy. No, Master Usagi. Even if you say so. I almost reacted to Master Usagi's words, but then I remembered that we were still in battle. That's right, we have to hurry back to the spaceship to help Merle-san and the others. Disgusting. The voice that reached our ears was incredibly heavy. While Yuuya and the others were fighting the final battle against the Dragonias in space, far away on Earth, Kaori was helping her younger sister, Kasumi, with her summer homework. Kasumi. You're making a mistake there. Eh? Oh, you're right. With the summer vacation already in its final stages, Kasumi had not yet finished her homework, and she begged Kaori for help. Although she was dismayed by this, Kaori was happy to be relied on because she rarely met Kasumi and decided to help her with her homework. Kaori smiled at Kasumi, who was struggling with her homework, and looked up at the sky from the window. Yuuya-san, what are you doing now? Those were the words that were muttered unconsciously. Then, Kasumi reacted to the murmur, and her eyes lit up. Oni-chan? Who is Yuuya-san? Could he be your boyfriend? Eh? As well as mumbling unconsciously, Kaori was very flustered because she didn't think that Kasumi would notice it. Kasumi smiled more and more at the sight of her. Looking at you like that, I guess it's true? No. We are not in that kind of relationship yet. Yet Tilda. Stop teasing me, or I won't help you with your homework. Wawa. I'm sorry. When Kaori turned her face away from Kasumi, Kasumi hurriedly apologized. However, Kasumi immediately continued with a look of interest. Hey, Oni-chan. What kind of person is this Yuuya-san? You're so naive, you know? You might have been deceived by a bad guy. Naive, you say? Kaori couldn't help but smile bitterly at Kasumi's words, but since she didn't know much about the outside world, she couldn't say anything back. Then how is it? That's right. He's very kind. As Kaori answered, she remembered the first time she met Yuuya. A few months ago. I was being tangled up with a few men, and while the others pretended not to see it, Yuuya-san was the only one who had the courage to help me. He's such a kind person. I want to return the favor to such a kind Yuuya-san, even if only a little, so I decided to invite him to our school. Now, he is the closest person to me in the school, and he is very important to me. Huh? What is it, Kasumi? Nothing. Kaori reacted immediately to the smirking Kasumi. However, the expression on Kaori's face did not stop, and she also let out a sigh of exasperation and looked up at the sky from the window again. The summer vacation will soon be over. I hope we can meet soon. With these thoughts in mind, the sisters' daily lives passed by. Yuuya and the others were struggling in the vast universe far away from the peaceful time of the earth, but someone's voice was suddenly directed at them. The weight of the voice almost crushed not only me but also Iris-san and Master Usagi just by hearing, the voice. What the heck is this? If I hadn't used magic to create a foothold, I would have been knocked off to the edge of the universe. That's the kind of pressure I felt. This feeling is very similar to the time when I faced Avis, who became the ultimate perfection of evil, but the big difference is that the Dragonias have the technology to neutralize Seal's attack, which overwhelmed Avis. In other words, we can't expect Seal and the others to defeat him as they did with Avis. I managed to resist the pressure and looked up to see the Dragoon, the mothership of the Dragonias, pointing its hull in our direction. And at the front of the ship, there was a figure of a Dragonia alien. That Dragonia alien was different from all the other Dragonias we had fought, with magnificent horns and royal-looking clothes. He looked down at us coldly and continued to speak. You. Who permitted you to look at me? Kneel down. Another pressure was exerted on us. The pressure was like gravity multiplied by hundreds of times, and such a force continued to be applied from above our heads. In order to withstand the pressure, I thrust my spear into the foothold I had created with magic. Then the Dragonia alien in front of us suddenly appeared and smiled with interest. Oh, you can withstand the pressure of my words. Fine. For your small resistance, you will have the honor of hearing my noble name. The Draconia alien said with an attitude of utter arrogance, addressing us, Mulsan's spaceship, and the planet Amel. I am Draco 3. I am here to tell you, impudent people, that you may die now. Coup. Heavenly Saint / I had a bad premonition and immediately unleashed the Heavenly Saint / with all my might. And the next moment, the Dragoon unleashed a blast at us that was more massive than any bombardment I've ever seen. When my full power strike collided with that blast, it looked like a tense fight for a while, but it couldn't be completely cancelled out, and the huge blast scattered all around. Ga? Kya? Ku. The impact was so great that even Mulsan's spaceship, which was far away, had to endure it desperately to avoid being blown away. In contrast, those of us who received the impact up close were badly damaged. Me, in particular, had already lost all strength in my body due to the fact that I had exerted all my power to stop the attack. At such a sight, Draco 3 once again raised his voice with interest. Oh, you blocked a blow from my Dragoon? Kua. Ha. Ha. Yuuya-kun. Iris-san hurriedly called out to me, but I did not have enough time to respond to her. I had done everything in my power to intercept the attack, and I had no confidence in my ability to defend myself if the same attack was unleashed again. Even the violent eating cleaner, which had sucked up Drade's attack last time, would not be able to absorb this attack. I was certain because it was that powerful. I tried to catch my breath before Draco 3 made his next move, but he continued to ridicule me. I could give you the same attack again. But if I give you more despair, you'll give up on living, won't you? Wah, it's not just the main cannon on the front of the dragon-shaped Dragoon, but the other cannons as well, and the gathered energy was on the same scale as the one that was just released. This was despair itself. Even if I could have prevented the first blow, I could not prevent the second. On top of that, several attacks of the same scale as the previous one were coming at us at the same time, and it was nothing but a nightmare. Not only me but also Iris-san and Master Usagi could not help but be stunned by the situation. It was a bit of amusement, wasn't it, all of you? Well then. Farewell. At the same time as Draco 3's words, a volley of cannon was fired simultaneously. It was at that moment that I realized that there was no way to avoid or prevent it and that we were going to be wiped out. The bracelet on my arm began to emit a dazzling light. A particularly dazzling light enveloped the area, and I closed my eyes. I closed my eyes and felt the light subside, but when I opened my eyes nervously, I was appalled by the sight before me. Wah, contractor in danger activation complete. Decisive golem activated. A silvery white giant was standing there. It had a sophisticated form like that of a knight, with a sword and a shield in its hands, and the shield was sticking out as if to protect us from the bombardment fired by the Dragoon. Draco 3's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of the mysterious giant. No way. A great giant? Where did you get that? Unfortunately, I didn't know what Draco 3 was talking about, and I didn't know what this giant was either. However, this giant was probably Sage-san's legacy that I inherited from that temple-like place. Could it be that the exciting concept that Sage-san mentioned that he learned about on Earth was the giant robot? Iris-san and the others were looking up at the giant as stunned as I was. Eventually they came to their senses and turned their gaze to me. Wait a minute, Yuuya-kun. Does that belong to you, Yuuya-kun? Looks like it. Looks like it, you say. Where did you get it? It seems like this is Sage-san's legacy from the temple we stopped at before coming here. No way. Iris. I know you can't believe it, but it's Yuuya we're talking about. Just give up. What do you mean by that? I completely didn't expect it either. Indeed, when I opened the door in that temple, I saw a vision of something like a giant falling down on me, but all that was left in my hand was the bracelet, and I thought it was just my imagination after all. I never thought that it would appear in this way. In addition, it perfectly blocked all of the bombardment from the dragoon. As I was once again staring at the knight that had appeared in front of me, the knight turned its head towards me as it did so. Contractor confirmed. Permission to board granted. Do you wish to board? I can get in? Affirmative. I've just activated the automatic defense system, but I am basically controlled by the contractor. I see. It looks very cool, but apparently, it's something like that famous giant robot that's so famous that I know it too. Sage-san, what are you doing exactly? You're not going to say that when you came to Earth, you saw those works and just built them for fun, are you? But, by the way, I'm a golem that was created as a result of Xenovis, the creator, being exposed to Earth's subculture. He claimed that I am not a golem, but a robot. It really is. I knew that when Sage-san came to Earth, he must have been inspired by the robot-related works he came in contact with there to create this golem. What are you really doing? Sage-san. More importantly, what do you want to do? Would you like to board? I suddenly looked at Iris-san and the others, who seemed appalled and watched our exchange, but they nodded vigorously when they noticed my gaze. Go ahead, Yuuya-kun. If you don't use the power of this golem, we won't be able to get through this tough situation anyway. To be honest, I'm still confused, but that shouldn't stop you from getting on. Although I really can't stop being confused. Isn't it already too late for you? It's Yuuya-kun, after all. And look at that material. Isn't that orichalcum? No matter how you look at it, it has the highest physical resistance and magic resistance. Orichalcum? That super rare material? Yeah. It's like it's made entirely out of orichalcum, which makes the word rare seem ridiculous. I'm going to ride this giant knight for now because I'm afraid that I will get even more confused with the additional information if I listen to any more of it. Contractor intention confirmed. Transfer. Whoa. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared at my feet, and the next moment I was standing in a strange space. There were no pilot seats or machines lined up like in a robot animation, but purely wide open space. However, in front of me was a reflection of the scenery outside, and I could see Draco 3, who was more stunned to see this knight than me. As he looked around, Draco 3, who had come to his senses, raised his voice. Kukaku. Kuahahaha. After all, I am the one who deserves to be the ruler of the world. I never thought I'd see the legendary great giant here. I will defeat him and make the great giant mine. Just as he announced that he would take this knight, the energy began to gather in the dragoon's cannons again. This is bad. What should I do? Please remain calm. You can control this by actually moving your body. For the time being, I followed the knight's words and moved my arms, and the giant moved in sync with me. As I was impressed by this, a voice called out to me. It's fine that you're impressed, but are you sure you don't want to block his attacks? That's right. Like this? The moment I finished confirming how to move, the dragoon unleashed an energy cannon. You shall bow down to the majesty of my dragoon. Ha 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 ha. As Draco 3's sneer echoed through the air, I swung my sword with the same feeling I always have when I'm wielding the Omni sword. Then, what? The knight's sword easily sliced through the barrage from the dragoon. As I was surprised by this, the knight called out to me. I am powered by the magic of my contractor. So, taking into account the current amount of magic power of the contractor, the next 3 minutes should be the limit of activity. Is that so? I thought it was some kind of robot, but the activity time is special effects? But should I think that being able to move such a huge knight for 3 minutes with only my magic power is amazing? If I think about it normally, my magic power should be depleted in an instant. Thinking about this, I believed the knight's words and decided to defeat the dragoon in front of me before it reached its 3-minute activity limit. Then, Draco 3 hurriedly gave the order. Shoot, just keep up the bombardment. Don't let it get any closer. As if in response to Draco 3's words, not only the dragoon but all the other Dragonia spaceships pointed their cannons in my direction and began to accumulate energy. But even in the face of this scene, I was not panicked. What? Despite being so huge, this knight could move as agilely as I could. In addition, it seems that if I use the Holy King's authority, or Holy Evil Creation, together, their effects will be reflected in the knight's attacks. As a result, this knight could move around the universe at a ridiculous speed. The other Dragonia spaceships attacked me one after another as if they were forming a shield, but I didn't stop. Unparalleled war dance, even the techniques of the Sword Saint were reflected in the movements of the giant knight, and all the spaceships that approached were cut down. And finally, I reached the Dragoon. Nonsense. Is this the power of the great giant? Why is this power not mine? It should be for me. The attack with the largest amount of energy here was unleashed from the front of the Dragoon. In the face of the mighty attack, I calmly held my sword at the top. And then, Heavenly Saint slash! As I swung down the strike with all my might, the bombardment from the Dragoon was slashed apart, and a sword flash of fierce power approached the Dragoon itself. Stop. This me. Losing in a place like the Eos. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion occurred. I immediately set up the shield to protect Iris-san and Merle-san's spaceship and prevent the shockwave from the explosion. Did we win? When the explosion subsided, and I looked beyond my shield, I saw that the Dragonia spaceship fleet had vanished without a trace. Epilogue: we had successfully defeated the Dragonia aliens. Once I confirmed that all the Dragonias had disappeared, the giant knight I controlled suddenly began to glow. What is it? I have reached my limit of activity. The summoning will now be cancelled. After hearing this announcement, the knight disappeared, and I was thrown out into space. Fortunately, thanks to Merle-san, I was able to adapt to outer space. But if I hadn't, it would have been horrible. Yuuya-kun. Iris-san. As I was dumbfounded, Iris-san and Master Usagi came running up to me. Are you okay, Yuuya-kun? Are you hurt? Fine. I'm fine. Immediately after Iris-san came running up to me, she touched my body here and there to make sure I wasn't injured. I'm glad she's worried about me, but it's embarrassing. Then, Master Usagi muttered to Iris-san with a look of disbelief. What are you worried about? It's obvious that Yuuya will be fine, no? Hey, Usagi. He was indeed riding that ridiculous golem so that he might be fine, but you know firsthand how bad the enemy was, right? Humph. It's true, that guy's the master of all of them, so he's of a different class. As Master Usagi said, the power of Draco 3 was incomparable to that of Drade and the other commanders. Although he hadn't fought Draco 3 directly, the sense of intimidation that seemed crushing down just by speaking was on par with when he faced Avis. In addition, the energy cannons of the Dragoon, the mothership of the Dragonias, were also a terrible thing. If it weren't for the power of the giant knight entrusted to me by Sage-san, I would have lost for sure. When I was trembling thinking about it, Master Usagi told me with a serious expression. By the way, Sage's legacy is a crazy one. I didn't know that he had built such a huge golem. And it's made of orichalcum, that's crazy. As expected, but this is Sage-san that we're talking about. Moreover, the reason behind the creation of such a ridiculous thing is that when he was transferred to Earth, he was exposed to a subculture and wanted to create his own. I think it's too frivolous and overdone. In addition, Draco 3 talked about the Great Giant and many other meaningful things. After building that knight, did Sage-san do something in space? I wouldn't be surprised if he saved a single planet, saying it was a trial run. That knight seemed to have disappeared into my bracelet. Now I couldn't hear the voice of the knight who had taught me so much, and the bracelet didn't seem to respond. As I was staring at the bracelet, Merle-san's spaceship was coming towards us. Everyone. Are you okay? Oh, Merle-san. We're fine over. That was the moment I was about to say that. In the exact moment, another fleet of spaceships, different from those of the Dragonias, appeared around Merle-san's spaceship and us as they approached. Don't move. Who are you people? And where's the great giant that just appeared? This voice came from a fleet of spaceships, presumably from the planet Amel. Indeed, we came close to the planet Amel, but we immediately started fighting with the Dragonias. It's kind of disturbing. It's no wonder. You can't blame them. We started the battle without even coming forward. As Master Usagi said, from the perspective of the people of planet Amel, they may not be able to determine whether we are friend or foe. As I raised my arms to show that I had no hostile intentions, Merle-san peeked out from the spaceship. "Father, please stop. These people are my friends." "Wah. Merle. Father?" At the same time as my surprised voice, the voices coming from the spaceship fleet also showed their surprise. "Oh. You are the great giant's apostle. Thank you, thank you. Thanks to Merle-san, we cleared up the misunderstanding and were invited to the planet Amel by the fleet of spaceships." Merle-san's spaceship was already in tatters from the previous encounter and the battle with Draco 3, but just like when she repaired my house, she used her nanomachines to fix it before coming here, and we were able to land safely on Amel. The sky on Amel was the same blue as on Earth, but there were 3 sun-like objects floating in the sky, and the buildings were all floating in the air. In addition, many flying cars are flying around in the air, and I can't help but wonder if this is what the Earth will become when technology advances. We were taken to a large building, where a man with blue phosphorescence hair, just like Merle-san, bowed to us. Please, raise your head. I'm not that great of a person." What a humble man. That is precisely the kind of man who deserves to be a hero. As I said, I'm not a hero. The more I denied it, the more the people of Amel looked in anticipation and bowed to me. What should I do? While I was desperately trying to deal with the people of Amel, Odysee and the others were looking around curiously. "So this is Maldono's hometown, huh? It seems that magic exists on this planet as well, but it seems that the technology called science is more widely used. Yuuya-kun's planet, what was it called again? Earth, wasn't it? That world is amazing enough, but this world is also very different from our own. More importantly, is Odysee okay now?" "Yeah. I was a little reckless, but I was able to recover with the technology of this planet. So, even if you don't use magic, you can make up for it with top-notch science and technology. The world is a big place after all, but why is their hair shining? I wonder. Is it magic? Maybe magic, yes. Ruri-san and Ril-san are correct, we do store magical power in our hair. However, we don't use magic in our daily lives because technology has made everything so convenient." "I see. Isn't that great?" Yeah, it's great." As this conversation unfolded behind me, the man from planet Amel, who had finally calmed down, bowed his head. "I'm sorry, I just got excited." No, it's fine. My name is Mal, and I am the representative of this planet. I cannot thank you enough for all the help you have given my daughter Merle, and for defeating the Dragonias. Thank you very much. Thank you very much." It seems that the person who was dealing with me was Merle-san's father, Mal-san, and he was also a representative of the planet Amel, and he bowed to me along with the other Amel people. I'm really glad that I could be of help. What a generous soul. Just as the legend says. Legend? When I asked him about it, he nodded his head. Yes. In this universe, there is a legend that has been passed down from generation to generation. It is said that an apostle who controls a great giant will bring peace to the universe. In all likelihood, it's a legend involving Sage-san, but how great is bringing peace to the universe? According to legend, in a space war that broke out a long time ago, the war ended due to the great giant's active role. We were being tormented by the attacks of the Dragonias, and we were praying for help from the great giant. I see. The story was so grand that I honestly couldn't really feel it, but I couldn't help but agree that it was possible for Sage-san. Uma-san is also a bit dumbfounded while listening to Mal-san's story. That guy. He's not satisfied with just that world, and he's been rampaging in the outside world as well. Good grief, I could not have said that about myself. As a result, Sage-san is bringing peace to the universe, but as Uma-san said, Sage-san was also quite free to do as he pleased. When I unintentionally chuckled at Uma-san's words, Mal-san's eyes lit up. Now, Apostle Summer. As for what's to come, I would love to have you participate in the celebration of the universe being at peace. Huh? I've already notified the other planets, so the celebration can take place at any time. It would be a great honor for us to continue the festival for 10 years. 10 years? What kind of crazy period is that? When I was startled by Mal-san's words, he tilted his head curiously. Did I say something strange? You may think that 10 years is a short time when you consider that the universe has become peaceful, but each of our fellow planets has its own various circumstances. And there may be people who will follow in the footsteps of the Dragonias. It's not that. I can't stay here for 10 years. If anything, summer vacation is almost over, and I have to prepare for school, pick up Kagurazuka-san, and many other things to do. But for some reason, Mal-san's eyes widened. What are you talking about? I said the festival would be for 10 years, but I'm planning to have Apostle Summer live on this planet permanently. No, I can't accept that. What's going on that he even wants me to live here permanently? When I was seriously troubled, Mal-san, with a difficult expression on her face, began to converse with the other Amel people, calling Mal-san in the middle of the conversation. Meanwhile, I moved over to Iris-san and the others. What do you think will happen? I doubt they will force you to stay on this planet, but if they do, you might have to give them a hard time. You saved their lives, didn't you? You saved their lives, after all. As Ruri and Ril said, we originally came here because of Mal-san's request, but to have that happen to me is just too much. But if we collided with the people of Amel, we wouldn't have any way to get home from here. We don't have the skills to pilot a spaceship, and that night can only be used for 3 minutes. In addition, the warp function has been used to get here, so it will not be so easy to return. Could it be possible to use teleportation magic to bring everyone back? As I was thinking about this, Mal-san and the others came back, probably having finished their discussion. Apostle Summer. I'm very sorry to hear this, but I understand that Apostle Summer has his own circumstances, so I won't ask you to do anything. If you ever come to this planet again, please take your time. Why, yes, of course. I don't have any means of transportation at the moment, but if I could come back, I'd like to do some sightseeing next time. When I was thinking like that, Mal-san nodded his head in satisfaction. Thank you very much. Now, let my daughter, Merle, guide you to Apostle Summer's home planet again. Yes. I'll send them back safely. Merle-san said this with a serious expression on her face, but for some reason, her cheeks were strangely red. I wondered if something had happened to her. What is it? Merle-san, what's wrong? No. It's nothing. Let's move out now. Why, yes. I feel like I've been misled. Did something happen with Merle-san during their discussion? With these thoughts in mind, we boarded Merle-san's spaceship once again and departed the planet Amel as is. At the time when Yuuya was worried about the conflict with the people of planet Amel, Merle had an anxious look on her face when Mal called her over. Father. What are you going to do with Yuuya-san and the others? What do you mean by what am I going to do? Of course, we're going to make them stay here for the rest of their lives. You can't do that. They have their own lives to lead. But how can we not entertain the apostle who brought peace to the universe? The other Amelians nodded in agreement with Mal's words. However, Merle stated with a resolute attitude. That's only for our convenience. The reason we were able to obtain the blueprint for the anti-astronomical annihilation weapon, and the reason we were able to defeat the Dragonias, was because of the goodwill of Yuuya-san and the others who helped us. And now you're trying to hurt them? They wouldn't have any means of space travel anyway, would they? If that's the case, they'll have no choice but to listen to us. And we're not trying to hurt them in any way, okay? I'm just trying to arrange for them to live comfortably on this planet. Forcing and threatening things just for our convenience like that is just like the Dragonias, who were our enemies. Merle looked straight at the Amelians and told them so. I've been saved by them, Now it's my turn to help them. If Father and the others want to force them to stay on this planet, I will take the spaceship and send them back to their home planet." Mal and Mul stared at each other for a while. Then Mal let out a sigh and dropped his gaze. I wonder who she got that spirit from. Okay. If you insist, let's send them home. Mal Summer. But, while controlling the surprised Amelians with his hand, Mal continued. Mul, I have a mission for you. Eh? Mul froze at the unexpected words. However, despite Mul, who was frozen, Mal told her clearly. You must deepen your relationship with the Apostle and take his genes. What? At this unexpected statement, Mul was surprised, and at the same time, her cheeks turned red. What do you mean by that? I mean exactly what I said. I'm sure the Apostle will eventually die of old age. But if the genetic descendants of our planet Amel inherit the Apostle's genes, then that great giant will inevitably belong to Amel. In addition, if you and the Apostle get to know each other, he might change his mind and decide to move to this planet, which is your home. No way. I'm telling you, if you disapprove of this, I'm not going to let them leave this planet. Mul fell silent at Mal's words. At last, Mul nodded, feeling her face heat up as she thought back to her previous actions with Yuuya. I understand. I will somehow do my best to get to know Yuuya-san better. I'm counting on you. Thus, a great deal of talk was going on in a place unknown to Yuuya. We made it back safely. We took Mul-san's spaceship and came back to Earth without any problems. When we got off the spaceship, Iris-san stepped on the ground with a strange feeling. I don't know what to say, it feels weird to be on the ground, doesn't it? As Iris-san said, most of the time we were sailing in space, we were either inside the ship or using magic as a foothold, so it felt strange to have a ground we could walk on like this. It was almost like being on a ship and then getting off. It seemed like I was swaying even though I wasn't. I was also checking the footholds when Odysee-san got off the spaceship, snapping his neck. Phew. I'm so tired. I'm going home now. Master, are we leaving already? Master, I think it's too early to go home. Ruri and Ril protested, but Odysee-san shook his head. I don't care what you say, we're leaving. Yuuya Dono and the others have their own business to attend to. And so do Iris and the others. Me too? Just to be clear, have you explained to the rest of the Holy that the evil has been defeated? We haven't. At Odysee-san's suggestion, both Iris-san and Master Usagi averted their gaze awkwardly. Letting out a sigh at these two people, Odysee-san continues. Oh well. We have to report on it, but there are still evil beasts left in that world, aren't there? Our work is not finished yet. Odysee was right, but I don't want to hear it from you, who's been living in seclusion all this time and didn't even know about the resurrection of evil. I feel bad about that, too. That's why from now on, as a holy, I'm going to fulfill my duties properly. However, there is a limit to how much I can do on my own. I'm going to ask you too, Ruri and Ril, to help me. Yes. I really want to stay in this world. With Yuuya-kun, but it can't be helped. Iris-san seemed reluctant at the end, but Odysee-san and Master Usagi pulled her to the other world. Well then, Yuuya Dono, if you need anything else, please contact me through Usagi or Iris. See you soon, Brother Yuuya. See you soon, Brother Yuuya. Yuuya-kun. I'll be back soon. Let's go, you idiot. Yuuya, I'll see you soon. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone returned to the other world. After sending everyone off, I called out to Mul-san, who stayed behind. Thank you, Mul-san, for taking us back here. No. Yuuya-san and the others saved us, so this is only natural. With her cheeks slightly reddened, Mul-san replied and bowed her head. Then, I'll be going now. Yes. You can come and visit us anytime. Right. We'll be waiting. Woof. Fugo. Humph. As they greeted Mul-san, She smiled gently and then laughed bitterly. Well, I had a little business on Earth, anyway. Ha ha ha. Eh? Business? Yes. But I'll leave you here for now. See you soon. With that, Merle-san left. A lot had happened since Merle-san's arrival, but peace had finally come to me. Around the time Yuuya returned to Earth, in the other world, the members of the cult that believes in evil were gathered at the world's disposal ground, so you finally found out where he is. Yes. As Founder Summer predicted, there seems to be a human living in the Great Devil's Nest. When one of the cult members replied to the man who was called the Founder, the other members of the cult around them began to buzz. No way, he really is living in the Great Devil's Nest. But if it were not for that, our God would not have been defeated. But who the hell is he? In the midst of all the speculation, the Founder calmly asks the believer who made the report. And did you get any more information about this person? Yes. After investigating, it seems that there is no doubt that he is a young man. However, it is doubtful that he is from this continent. What do you mean by that? According to my investigation, he has an unusual name, Yuuya Tenjou. I see. A name like that sounds unheard of in any of the countries on this continent. In fact, I wanted to find out what continent he was from, but even the Alceria Kingdom, where the rumor originated, doesn't seem to know that much about him. No, thank you for your efforts. What we need to know now is whether or not any humans are living in the Great Devil's Nest, and this time, it has become clear. Then there's no need to hesitate any longer. But if that person has defeated our God, will we be able to defeat him on our own? In response to the believer's words, the Founder shook his head. No. If we fought normally, our defeat would be inevitable. But this time, there is no need to fight. We have the magic of the abominable sage who once destroyed our God. If we use it, we can simply switch the existence of that person and our God and accomplish our longing without fighting him. The power of the sage who destroyed our God will be our power this time. Oh. The Founder stood up vigorously and looked around at all of the believers. Gentlemen, our divine enemy is in the Great Devil's Nest. That land is extremely dangerous, and there is no guarantee that you will be safe. But in order to extinguish the hated divine enemy and revive our God, I ask you to entrust me with your lives. For the sake of our God, a crazy light lit up in the eyes of all the believers present. Seeing them, the Founder nodded in satisfaction and raised his arms high in the air. Let's go. To eliminate our enemy. Yuuya Tenjou. Thinking that peace had finally arrived, Yuuya was greeted with a new trouble. During a new movement of evil believers in another world, Kaori was called to the chairman's office of the Odysee Academy. You said you wanted to talk to me. What is it? Oh. Actually, I wanted Kaori to take care of the new student again. The new student. Kaori was surprised by the unexpected words from her father, Tsukasa, but she quickly understood. I see. The summer vacation will soon be over, so it might be the right time for a transfer student. That's why. So, since Kaori took care of Yuuya-kun and Yuti-san, I wanted to ask you again. What do you think? Yes, it's fine. When Kaori nodded in response, Tsukasa also smiled as if relieved. However, his expression soon changed to one of slight suspicion. What's wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. As Kaori said, it's not particularly strange that the transfer student happened after the summer vacation, but my memory is a little fuzzy. I don't remember being consulted about or giving permission for this new student. Kaori tilted her head curiously at Tsukasa's words. The reason for this is that when a student from another school moves into this academy, it is natural that the school's president, Tsukasa, should have been consulted for his approval, but Tsukasa had no memory of such procedures. However, since Tsukasa had the documents in his possession, he was sure that he had confirmed this matter. As the two of them puzzled over the strange phenomenon, Kaori suddenly remembered and asked, "What kind of person is the new student, by the way?" "Oh, it's this girl." Tsukasa handed her a document with a picture of the new student, and Kaori checked it. and Kaori was somewhat familiar with the picture. Huh? This person is. The document showed the face of a girl with phosphorescent blue hair.